Senators Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper helped pass the Inflation Reduction Act, the strongest climate action taken in American history, cutting energy costs for families and creating thousands of clean energy jobs. Thank them for supporting strong climate action.
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. Blake Cousins, we're live right here from the Big Island of Hawaii. Thanks for joining us from around the world. We see people are joining us on the chat right now. Might be a little short episode. We just received a couple videos that we wanted to share with you tonight. I think you're going to enjoy them. You know, sometimes there's a flood of UFOs over the world, and sometimes there's just some trickle in every once in a while. And today was one of those days, but Brent was able to find some actually intriguing ones right at the last moment. That's why this was kind of an impromptu live sesh right here at Third Phase Moon. We want to bring it to you as fast as possible. And let me tell you, it is exciting to do that. This field that we're in, if you're not enjoying it, I don't know what your problem is. It's so insightful every day to look at the public's evidence and what's happening right now, the dialogue, and just kind of going where the future takes us in a liquid way. That's what we're doing here, and we enjoy it. We enjoy dealing with the people on a daily basis, receiving your evidence, and that's very important. And a lot of you as well, sometimes it's very rare to see UFO. Don't get me wrong, it's not one that you see every day, but a lot of people are doing a lot of searches out there and giving us a heads up when they receive a video that's something we should look at. And let me tell you, don't do this on the regular kind of mundane footage that we see on Twitter a lot. You know, we see a lot of drone footage over there at UFO Twitter. We see a lot of dot videos. We're not into the white dots. We're not into drone footage. We're looking for something spectacular. Most of these videos that we receive are just personally given to us from the public yourselves, and everybody's got my email address. If you've captured anything amazing, that's how you get your stuff seen right here. So that being said, let's get to this first one. A little bit of background before we get into it. Well, let's just play the video, and then we'll get into some of the history behind it. Guys, take a look at this.
And it's on. Holy roll. What the fuck is that? In the fucking sky, UFO Twitter. Are you seeing this?
I don't blame her. When you're experiencing stuff like this, this is genuine language.
It's not the moon because the moon is behind me. It is not the moon. Oh my lord. I don't want to stop doing this.
What up, faggot wanted faggot too? Stare at the fucking wall. Fucking weirdos. Take that in.
get a side-by-side comparison, so we could look at the object, the original to the, and then I'm gonna get a closer look at the right here. Get our eyes looking at this one more time, and the background behind this is coming in from. Let me see. Coming in from San Bernardino, LA County area, from Rebecca Wallach. And Rebecca Wallach put this up on Twitter, and obviously we could hear the excitement in her voice. And again, like I said, this is kind of liquid as it comes in, and excuse some of the language over there. We want to feed these videos as fast as possible, and that's what happens during these live shows. Usually we do a lot of production behind our uploads in regards to presenting you the evidence. But while we're looking at this in real time, we're going to share it to you raw as it comes in. But then again, as we're looking at this, guys, what is this? We see an airplane traverse across the sky. Is there any interest from that aircraft? She says it's not the moon, and that's what at first I kind of thought it could be. But again, she said it looked like a triangle, and basically it remains pretty stationary in the sky. I don't think it's a rocket, and I want to thank Blue Batteries for that $10 super chat as well earlier. Keep it coming, he says. I appreciate that. Blue's Batteries, appreciate that support. It really means a lot. Again, I ask you guys, what is this? Is this some kind of rocket, as some people might say? I don't think so. We're receiving more information. Again, like I said, this is kind of real time, that there's a second video of this same event. So Brent's trying to feed that in. Again, we're doing this in real time. There it is. Here's the second angle. Watch. Wow, again, the same reaction with the profanity.
It turned into 3.
They're amazed by it.
Is this where we get abducted?
I guess Douglas Wall thinks it's a street light, but obviously I would have to disagree with Douglas on that one. That's no street light. Let's pull it up. Maybe you're seeing it on a small phone, but I'm definitely gonna have to disagree with you on that one. Let's see. Street light? I don't think so. She's obviously really concerned. Again, the language is a little extreme here, but when you're seeing extreme things in the sky that you've never seen before, trust me, you start saying some pretty crazy things that you wouldn't expect you would say, because we've been there. It gets pretty nuts out there when you're seeing something. At this point, could it be military flares, guys? Some people might say it's military flares, but again, it's remaining very stationary. We don't see any FAA lights, any nav lights or anti-collision. Again, it doesn't look like a drone. And if it is, it's unlike any drone I've seen. Incredible stuff, guys. Incredible. Let's just listen to, this is what I like. The real time as we do this, the real time showcase of the evidence, and then getting your reactions right here in the chat. Let's see. Somebody, again, it's interesting. Jimmy Gonzalez thinks it's a bug. Again, I don't think that was a bug. It's too big to be a bug. It's interesting. Some people see things a lot different than the way I see things. And, we try and avoid any kind of bug videos or any kind of mundane stuff. And guys, let's see, what else, what are they saying here? Let's see, somebody says, other than that, when the planet rotated, I'm not exactly sure what that means either. Let's see, this one, ball lightning. Well, Patrick, might be onto something there. Definitely, it could be a natural phenomenon, and sometimes these UFOs, when they say in the government that UFOs are that apparently they're not man-made, or in that fact that they're real, that there's UFOs that are not man-made, means that there's actually a phenomenon known as weather phenomenon that's natural and it's not man-made, but it may appear to be a UFO like a ball lightning. So it's interesting. You may be onto something, but it looked like it had some kind of triangular design to it, as the two witnesses stated. That's what's kind of cool too, when you have two eyewitnesses looking at the same object, and that's important. All right, here's something interesting that Brent pulled up, and it's weather phenomenon. Speaking of, and I'm not saying anything except that it's very strange. I've never seen anything like this. Going to be manipulated. We watched that movie Nope. That's the new UFO Jordan Peele movie. It's just interesting. Are UFOs hiding in clouds, or is there weather manipulation? Something like HARP, as some people might say. Take a look at this one. This one's weird. A square cloud. I'm not kidding. To be something otherworldly or something very strange indeed. And I encourage anybody to get these videos and don't hesitate to start shooting when you see some strange weather phenomenon like this. Is this ET in nature? Well, I doubt it, but it does stand out like a sore thumb. It almost looks fake, but I'm putting it out there that this, in my opinion, is the real deal here. I added some enhancements to get the close up to track on it, so there was a little glitch while I was trying to track to bring the close up. So let's not get confused from the original to the enhancements. But again, I added some brightness contrast. We're going to be supplying the original links from the people who shot it, so that's important as well. Some people think that there's no sources to these videos. Let's pause that right there. Let me get that one shot, because this is really amazing when you get that close up. Like I said, we have the original sources to the people that shot this, and I think that's important. And if you have any questions, maybe you could just reach out to them and see and ask them if they're making things up or if they're doing some kind of CGI or a trick. Because in my opinion, I think these videos that we presented to you tonight are in no way doctored or any kind of enhancements in regards to overlaying. And we'll tell you if we think we saw it. Don't get me wrong. We're pretty good at keeping an eye out for that kind of stuff and not allowing it on this channel. We're trying to bring you the best evidence out there that's genuine. The thing is, we just don't always have the answers to what it is. No doubt about it. In my opinion, this is something natural. And it could be mistaken for something that's otherworldly. But again, it's very amazing what kind of world we live in. And to have these kind of videos come in right here at Third Phase of Moon, it's quite amazing. And it's special to be here. We have a really good time bringing you these videos from around the world. And again, guys, is this manipulated stuff here? Is this manipulated? That's That's what I want to know. What's your thoughts? You know, this bill keeps moving on a daily basis, minute by minute, second by second, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and we're nonstop. And we've got some documentaries in the works that we're going to be rolling out here.
Just been hell on earth. We've been waiting for nearly 8 years.
Why do you think the story still resonates after so much time?
The largest, longest, most mysterious event in aviation history.
Is this the biggest break we've had?
It's a game changer.
That puts the plane where we think the point of impact was.
This is it.
It's massive.
That is a key that will help us unlock this mystery.
We've got to give it a red hot go.
Absolutely, we'd stand ready to assist as we're asked.
If that doesn't say we need to search again, I don't know what does.
This is Neverland, currently for sale, former home and playground of music icon Michael Jackson. It's 10 years since the star performer died, but he continues to make news. The headlines these days, though, are less about him being king of pop, more about him being king of the kids, and persistent claims the eccentric megastar was a child abuser. His latest accuser is Adrian McManus, who knew the star's private life too well. For 4 years, she cleaned up after him here, and tonight, for the first time, tells us what the maid saw.
I think that he was starting to realize that maybe I was catching on because I got a call from him. He called me on Mother's Day. It was a Sunday morning at my home. He said, I want to ask you something. And I said, yeah, okay. And I kid you not, he asked me about 8 times, what do you know? And I said, Mr. Jackson, I don't know what you want me to tell you. What do you know, Adrian?
That was the question. What do you know?
What do you know? I was starting to get really, really frightened. I was scared to tell him anything. I was terrified of him.
Adrian McManus was once a trusted member of Michael Jackson's inner circle. Now, she is his accuser. From 1990 to 1994, she was his housemaid, with intimate access to the inner sanctum of the most famous person on earth. It's often said he could be a very generous man when he wanted to be. Did you find that?
There were some different sides to him. There was a kind side to him, and yet there was a dark side. And I feel that he was a manipulator. And I feel that anybody that came in contact with him, he destroyed them. They've been destroyed.
And these accusations are not being made by Adrian McManus alone. New explosive allegations have been made by 2 men who were once very close and very loyal to the singer. Claims they were abused as children and their families exploited in the worst possible way. So why now? What's driving these claims? Was Michael Jackson really a harmless, troubled genius or a cold, calculating serial predator? Adrian McManus is nervous on the drive through the Santa Ynez Valley to her old place of work. She hasn't been back to Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch in 20 years. Just coming up this road gives you anxiety.
It's kind of like facing your nightmare, you know?
The singer's fans still flock here for a glimpse of their idol's refuge. But for Adrian, it's far from a happy place. Up for sale for $67 million US, Neverland remains empty and off limits to visitors. A place frozen in time from when Michael Jackson ruled the world. From child prodigy to moonwalking megastar. There was no artist like him before or since. When you started working at Neverland, what was it like?
There was rules. There were a lot of rules that you had to follow. You don't stare at him. You don't ask him for an autograph. You do what he tells you to do. You don't question it. You just do it.
Within 3 months of becoming a member of the team, she began cleaning Michael Jackson's bedroom. Michael Jackson must have trusted you.
Yes, he did. He told me that I was excellent. And I did tell him, maybe I'm not the person for you. And he said, no, Adrian, you're excellent. Loyalty to me means a lot. You can be with me forever. The first time I cleaned his bedroom, I didn't even know where to start.
He was the sort of classic rock star, was he? Just sort of dropped everything behind him and let you pick it up.
Yeah, he was like that.
Home videos from the time captured the singer relaxing at Neverland. It was a place to live out his fantasies, and he shared the fun with the children he surrounded himself with. What was the first thing for you? What made you first suspect that Michael Jackson had an unhealthy interest in children?
I noticed that there were a lot of little boys. That's all that would hang around there. You wouldn't see like little girls. And I knew the little boys were there. When they would arrive, they would put their clothes in the suitcase in his room. I started realizing, thinking, wondering, when he was taking baths with them, they were sleeping in his bed.
But they're sleeping and they're sleeping.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the worst kind of sleeping with children.
Yes. I know the truth. I was there. And when I would go in the next day, there were little boys' underwears either on the floor with Michael's or they were in the jacuzzi.
So you were suspicious as soon as you saw that?
Yeah, I got suspicious. And then I would find underwears also in his bed. I did find underwears that were men's briefs in the walk-in closet. And they were, I don't like to say this, they were like crunchy, hard, with yellow stains all over them. I didn't know who they belonged to because the little boys started wearing Michael's briefs and they would leave their underwears inside his drawer.
The more Adrian saw, the more convinced she was that Michael Jackson was a predator. A feeling she says was shared by other staff at Neverland.
There was a lot of Vaseline at Neverland. Sometimes it was found in the golf carts when Mr. Jackson would take off with the boys.
Vaseline?
Yeah, Vaseline. And there was a lot of Vaseline in Michael's bedroom. It was actually all over the ranch.
Is there possibly an innocent explanation for that?
I don't think so.
What disturbed Adrian the most was the way the pop star would be physical with the kids who were entrusted to his care.
They were sitting on his laps, the kids. I just saw a lot of maybe fondling, him maybe rubbing his hands and kids' hair, kissing them.
When you say fondling?
Hugging, kind of petting the kids.
Petting the kids where?
Kind of by the rear end. I didn't think it was appropriate because they're not his children, I just didn't think it was right.
Did you ever talk to anybody about it?
I signed a confidentiality agreement and I was already conditioned and programmed, you don't question it. And we were told to stay away from the family. You're just a maid, you do your job.
Every time we were together, it happened. There was no night that went by that I was with him that he didn't sexually abuse me.
Adrian is not the only one to be speaking out on the 10th anniversary of Michael Jackson's death.
I was 7 years old. Michael asked, do you and the family want to come to Neverland?
Have a week. Today's your birthday. So congratulations. I love you. Goodbye.
Australian choreographer Wade Robson has claimed he was molested by the singer when he was a boy.
He told me if they ever found out what we were doing, he and I would go to jail for the rest of our lives.
Now, he and former child actor James Safechuck have gone much further, accusing Jackson of the most despicable depravity. In a controversial documentary, Leaving Neverland, that was recently unveiled at the Sundance Film Festival.
There are fans of Mr. Jackson who don't believe your story or perhaps don't want to believe it. Well, is there anything that you feel you can say to them?
In a way, not that long ago, I was in the same position they were. Even though it happened to me, I still couldn't believe it. And I still couldn't believe that what Michael did wasn't bad.
Would you have thought 14 years later all this would be regurgitated?
I would never have imagined such a thing happening. I just still have trouble comprehending it.
For lawyer Tom Mesereau, the latest allegations are the claims of opportunists out to make a buck.
I can't get over it. I mean, I just don't put any credibility in any of this. I just don't.
Justice was done. In 2005, he helped clear Jackson of child molestation charges and defends the singer to this day.
I am 100% convinced Michael never abused a child, never harmed a child, certainly never molested a child. I think this is hogwash.
Are you on any sort of retainer at all from the Jackson estate?
No, I'm not on any retainer at all.
So no one's paying you any money to say nice things about Michael Jackson?
No, no. I will always say he was a nice person. He was. He was one of the nicest people I ever met.
But you, of all people, know the smoke and fire argument. Is there any fire?
There's no fire here whatsoever.
Coming up.
His fame.
Golden Child, what's going on?
Loving and also very childish and mean way.
Inside the playground of evil. Did you at any time see?
Sitting here watching the 60 Minutes coverage on Michael Jackson's Neverland and all these people's late confessions. How you doing? What you got going on? Taking myself a little smoke break and get back out to work. I was out there, been out there since like about 8 o'clock. Kind of slow, so I just came back in for a little pit stop, if you will. So were you bored over there? I'm just happened to check and see. I know you didn't get no notification. I already had my famed 2 weirdos sitting in the live for like the first 10, 15 minutes. Have you seen this? Michael Jackson's maid reveals sordid Neverland secrets. I'm going good watching random YouTube videos. Refresh my screen. Okay. So I guess if a subscriber is on and then, as you say, you refresh your page or whatever, it'll be there, right? With no notification. Until I'm done streaming. most chances these days I end up just erasing the stream after. Avoid copyrights and just streams without conversation or derogatory conversation, whatever. I don't know, so far, I don't believe any of these fucking people. I think they're all lying. The maid tried to say that Michael Jackson was terrifying. How? But it sounds interesting. Where are you watching it? On the Google. On the Google on YouTube. It's a video on YouTube. I just looked at my media section and this and some other stuff was up there. Again, it's Michael Jackson's Maid reveals sordid Neverland secrets by 60 Minutes. And I'm beginning to look at them like, I always used to watch them with my grandmother. She wouldn't miss a show. Tom Brokaw and Dan Rathers and them. I see them now in a different light, like, okay, it's 10 years out, it's 10 years after his passing and they're doing a special, I'm saying a special, whatever, but they're doing this. Are they part of the fucking bullshit media crew that is tearing down folk and all that? Looks like it to me. But it's not. The interviewer is staying kind of neutral. He's giving the voice of people, of true fans, and he's also giving the voice of accusers. I used to like that. I haven't, Jesus Christ, I haven't watched a 60-minute show since I sat with my grandmother. So that's pushing almost 2 decades. What is it? It's 46-minute segment. I'm at the 11th minute. You're more than welcome if you're gonna watch along. I'll give you a minute to synchronize. It's like I just said, he was, on one hand, people will go to town for R. Kelly because he was found not guilty originally with the Aaliyah and all that. And not even Aaliyah. Well, yeah, Aaliyah as well. And that second one that we lived through that most people don't know about today, the fucking sex tape. Found not guilty, and a lot of people exonerated him for it. Michael Jackson was found not guilty as well. So why would 60 Minutes, 10 years after his death, still be fishing around? Are they part of the fake news committee? I'd never heard them accused. CNN, Fox, ABC, 7. There's another one, but I've never heard 60 Minutes accused of, promoting the fuckery. Walters on that show. Yes. That's probably why my grandmother watched it to start with. Yeah, Barbara Walters she was one of their interviewers. Her, then Dan Rathers, Tom Brokaw. I don't know if they had Connie Chung. I don't know if she was down with them. What was her name again? Barbara what? Barbara Walters, right? Is she? She passed away, huh? She's still with us? Or no? And another thing, right before you showed up, I was just thinking it's odd. Here's 60 Minutes doing all this, and I haven't heard anything. It just comes to thought, I haven't heard anything from his family. What did they all just decide to leave it alone? Whatever. We don't hear nothing from nobody. It's like, it's as if they've all been silenced. No, ain't nothing from the kids, they're grown now. Ain't nothing from his siblings. Last thing we heard from Janet was that she was interested in showing her tits at the Super Bowl. Heard of. She really didn't say nothing. Give me a second. I saw it drew up something. 1 second. Hey Google, what year did Barbara Walters pass away?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
TV, form, 1989 to 2007, received a stand, where she received a lifetime obituary about, yeah, she passed away. Wow. Yesterday? Barbara Walters passed away yesterday. It's the oddness in that. Like, yeah, she passed away yesterday. Barbara died on September 1st, 2022. And her death was possibly because of various chronic issues. She passed at 92 years. Yeah. That's a first for me. Search up somebody and I don't know. All right. They died yesterday. And I was saying yesterday in TMG's live, I haven't been caught up with current issues. I haven't checked in on any current issues as of late, probably within like the last 2 weeks kind of shit. Actually, I've been like off the news since the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing. I think she does. No, yesterday. Less than 24 hours ago. Type shit. So, are you synced up? Are you gonna watch this? Are you gonna listen along? What you doing? Bring me back to the video, of course, because I asked it. Now it. Hey Google, put the show back on.
When Michael Jackson released Jordan Chandler?
It was
I'll wait for your response.
terrible.
Desperate bribes.
$300. That was for covering for him.
Death threats.
If they could hire a hitman to take me out, slice my neck.
And Michael Jackson's darkest secrets.
We just want to show you this.
I remember that. I was working there when that day when that lady was taking that.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
Shouldn't have been king of pop. Should have been god of pop, emperor of pop. Even the word for the spell he had on people. So I was caught up in it too. Everything around him was a fantasy.
Jeannie Wolf is an old-school entertainment reporter who followed Michael Jackson's career right from the start.
In Jam, the latest video from the hit album Dangerous.
She regarded Jackson as the ultimate creative genius, but also saw a dark side.
I couldn't help but observe what a spoiled king of pop he was. How he used his fame and power in very loving and also very childish and mean ways.
Jeannie remembers how, at the height of Jackson's fame, it was easy for starstruck families and their kids to be drawn into the singer's magical world.
Surrounding himself, as he did, with children, didn't you ever find that unusual?
We didn't think much was unusual. He tried to be the Pied Piper. When I was around him, they were in groups. I mean, all these little kids, some costumed, some just regular kids following him. And it just seemed like a comfort for him, and his explanation was he didn't have a childhood. Yes, did it seem strange? Did it seem eccentric? Yes, but that eccentricity allowed him to get away with a lot because it's Michael.
In the 1990s, busloads of children would be invited to Neverland to enjoy the theme park and the zoo.
Come down this way. You're gonna see the game room is right there. Don't go out.
But Jackson's maid, Adrian McManus, says there was always a lucky few who seemed to receive special attention. Young boys like Home Alone actor Macaulay Culkin, who she claims she saw being touched inappropriately by the singer.
You're on record. You're on public record, court record, it's talking about Macaulay Culkin. Do you stand by that story?
I stand by what I said during my deposition. You know, I think it's best just leave it at that.
Because Macaulay Culkin says it's preposterous, doesn't he?
Yeah,
He denies it to this day.
he does.
But you say you did have it.
I say I saw what I saw.
Macaulay Culkin has always supported Michael Jackson and denies the singer ever molested him. But back in 1993, another of Jackson's young male friends turned against him. 13-year-old Jordan Chandler accused Jackson of sexually abusing him during sleepovers at Neverland.
Did you at any time see Michael Jackson molest Jordan Chandler?
I saw some stuff that I didn't think was appropriate with Mr. Jackson and Jordan.
What sort of things did you see with Jordan Chandler?
Michael kissing on him. Michael's hands are very close to Jordy's crotch. It was terrible to see.
Police launched an investigation into the abuse allegations. And Jordan Chandler's family announced they were preparing a civil case. But despite her strong suspicions to the contrary, in a sworn deposition, Adrian McManus said she had never witnessed Jackson molest children.
I was scared to say anything bad about Michael, Mr. Jackson. And then after that, after I did the deposition, probably 30 days maybe after, Michael called me at my home.
She claims Jackson demanded to know what his personal maid had told investigators about his behavior. Adrian found herself in an unenviable position.
I didn't think I was supposed to be doing that. I was kind of worried about that. But then I thought, well, you better do it. You know? So I did it. And then one day in the afternoon, he came up to me and he said, Adrian, this is for you. And he handed me a little index card that was like stapled on the sides. And it said, thanks for everything. I opened it and it was $300. So that was for covering for him. He paid me $300.
He was buying your silence for $300.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson fired back at his accusers in a live televised announcement from Neverland.
There have been many disgusting statements made recently concerning allegations of improper conduct on my part. These statements about me are totally false. Don't treat me like a criminal, as I am innocent.
I remember that. I was working there when he was taping that.
1993.
Mm-hmm.
Don't treat me like a criminal because I'm innocent. Does that bring back strong memories?
It takes me back to that day. And it makes me mad that I had to be involved in something like that. Why me?
So you don't believe those protestations one tiny bit?
I don't.
Jackson was never charged with molesting Jordan Chandler, but the young boy and his family received a $20 million settlement from the singer. It led to intense criticism. Jackson was buying the silence of his victims.
Did you ever sexually engage, fondle, had sexual contact with this child or any other child? Never, ever. I could never harm a child or anyone. It's not in my heart. It's not who I am. And it's not what I'm not even interested in.
This is Joy Robson. You've known Michael Jackson. How would you describe your relationship with Michael?
Michael's like family to us. He's been very supportive, personally and with Wade's career.
At the time, many came to Jackson's defense, including Wade Robson and his family. Wade was the 10-year-old Australian boy who developed an extremely tight bond with Singh and was still having
What's going on, man?
at the Neverland Ranch.
How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, man. How's things? I'm just over here feeding my brain. Seeing if there's any validity to all these accusations. Look, I think Michael Jackson, I don't know what you think, but I think he holds the record for being the most falsely accused artist. All right. Another down to earth is a good day. All right. You should be happy to know I've been following your plan. This is my second reload on both of them. The ashwagandha root and the L-arginine. I got the gummies. I got one more dose. I've been eating them by the threes. I only got 2 left, but I got the ashwagandha root and the arginine, the L-arginine for the blood flow. Ashwagandha root for the mood. I've been working. It's funny. I didn't take them for 2 days and I crashed hard. Like, in both ways for what they help. Like, it's weird, but not weird. You use something to supplement or to provide or to enhance and then you stop or whatever, there'll be a crash. To be honest, I don't even notice. I just noticed that I don't have pain anymore and that my mood is somewhat more focal, positive. I think more. I assess things more before I respond or react. Versus the clouded, angered, what would you say? I just snap off, you know what I mean? I'll let somebody pass, oh, they think they're being funny, or whatever, or they're trying to attack me, okay, finesse that out. Yeah, no, everything's good. It helps me with my thought process and engaging people. You mix it with the Citron. Yeah, I haven't got any of that. This stuff's pretty pricey as is. But I've been like in serious pensive phase. Just deep in thought about a lot. Sometimes overthinking. But for the most part and for it all, I'm still here, chilling, cooling. I now have officially 11 months to make my move so that we can get out of here and move into a new phase of our lives. Feels like one of the most crucial years of my life. Moments. Guess when you can get it all from watermelon. Now, shit, my lady's been giving me a lot of that too. I noticed that she decorates whatever she makes. She always throws a fruit in, like orange or watermelon or pears. It could be rice and beans with some pears on the side, sliced pears and shit. So that's good to know. And I noticed that too. I thought it because I thought maybe because I liked it, but I noticed when I was consuming watermelon, like, I could feel my body being appreciative to it, like, you know, absorbing whatever proteins it has. Cause I would go back and I'd go for like seconds and thirds, like my body was just like, yeah, more, and then I'm just like, I don't even like watermelon that much. I don't dislike it, but I would sit down and eat a whole watermelon, but short, I must have had a certain deficiency. You know what I mean? It's like if you're thirsty, you're really thirsty, you'll drink a lot of water. Because your body wants it, not because necessarily you like water or... I had another 20 minutes of this. This YouTube video. I don't know, it just caught my attention, so I can watch it. I didn't expect really do much coming in off my smoke break.
Wade, how would you describe your relationship with Michael?
It's a close relationship. It's both sides friendly and business. We love each other, both very dearly. We're just really good friends.
How did you feel when you heard that a boy was alleging that Michael had abused him?
I was shocked too, and I think it's sick, because I know Michael well enough. He wouldn't do anything like that. I know that for a fact.
After Jackson paid
I don't really believe the kid's testimony, but he seemed to
for the workers at Neverland.
Prompted ready.
Adrian McManus claims she and other staff were victimized by Michael Jackson's security guards because they knew too much.
It was threatened. His bodyguards told me that if I ever...
And there's this, for what she's about to say, right? He had a squad of his bodyguards. Okay. How come none of them have made a confession of any sort? How come none of his bodyguards step forth after his passing? Like, I'm no longer in contract. I want to say this, write a book, something. Nothing.
Came up on TV that they could hire a hitman to take me out, slice my neck, and never find my body.
And you believe them?
Yeah, I did. I lived in fear for many, many years.
historian lived with the fear, and Michael Jackson lived with the rumours.
Alright, come on, just get out and show me. Oh, come on, just show me. Just show me.
But in 2003, he made a monumental mistake. By inviting journalist Martin Bashir to show his life at Neverland.
Do you come out here on your own? Yeah, how often? All the time. You come out on your own? Yeah. What, and go on a ride? Yep. We use the carousel, I play music, I don't play classical music on the carousel.
The documentary, Living with Michael Jackson, gave an insight into the madness that engulfed the singer's every move.
Michael Jackson had just dangled his new baby out of the window of a Berlin hotel.
It's okay, just get this off. Ow! Oh, please don't try to do it. Okay, here we go. Abu! Please. Yes, Abu! Please. Blanket. I love you, Blanket.
Michael Jackson hoped the documentary would turn his reputation around. Instead, it destroyed it.
Have you been hearing about what people have been saying?
That's totally ignorant. I would never do that to my children or any child. Try to kill them? Come on. And why would I put a scarf over the baby's face if I was trying to throw off about me?
I think the Martin Bashir documentary was a disaster for Michael Jackson. I think he never should have trusted Mr. Bashir to do an objective, professional documentary.
I still got my mushrooms.
Jackson's lawyer, Tom Mesereau, believes it was a turning point.
Why do you think that? Do you think the result was slanted there?
I think Mr. Bashir turned it all against
Golden
him.
teacher.
Tried to create a sensationalist documentary for personal gain, that's my opinion. And it was spliced together and put together in a way which, in my opinion, was designed to make Michael look bad.
What looked particularly bad was this. 12-year-old Gavin Arvizo had been recovering from cancer when Jackson met and befriended him. In the documentary, Martin Bashir asked the young boy about the sleeping arrangements at Neverland.
And then he finally said, okay, if you love me, you can sleep on the bed. I was like, oh man. So I found stuck on the bed.
But Michael, you're a 44-year-old man now. What do you get out of this? What do you get out of this?
I think to share your bed. The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone. You know?
You really think that?
Yeah, of course.
After the broadcast, Michael Jackson accused Bashir of betraying his trust and manipulating the interview.
You're like the Incredible Hulk.
But the fuse was lit.
The
Police
Night Guns.
raided Neverland Ranch.
Well, there's also the door.
Approximately 70 sheriffs raided Neverland, scoured every building, every room for computers, for documentary evidence, anything they could find. They were relentless in their efforts to find evidence to convict Michael Jackson.
And in a raid of that size, what did they find?
Nothing, in my opinion.
Michael Jackson was arrested and charged. It was a humiliating downfall that would see Jackson's dirty laundry aired before the world. Coming up, the Jackson Fight Back.
Do you think it's all tied into money?
Yes, money and fame and publicity.
The maid under pressure,
How do we know you're telling the truth now?
but always defiant.
I know the truth. I can sleep very good at night.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
Jeez, which one am I missing?
Adrian McManus claims she has been left penniless by her 4 years working at Neverland as Michael Jackson's housemaid.
The Oxyod?
When she left in 1994, she and 4 other employees sued the singer for wrongful termination and lost.
Do you still owe the Jackson estate money?
I probably do, but Michael's dead now, you know.
You must know the amount.
Well, you know, I know that I can't remember it. It might have been. Oh God, it was a lot of money.
You were ordered to pay legal fees initially.
Yeah, for breach of contract for suing Mr. Jackson.
Which was what, 1.6 million?
It was probably, yeah.
Just to refresh your memory.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
The sheriff hasn't come knocking at the door yet.
No.
And you hope they don't.
Well, they do.
In a countersuit, Jackson's estate accused her of stealing belongings from Neverland to sell to the media.
There was a sketch that I found in the trash.
You then on-sold that sketch, the sketch of Elvis that you supposedly found in the trash.
I figured, well, I found it in the trash. It didn't mean anything to me, which I shouldn't have did that, you know, but I did.
And the jury said that you then owed Michael Jackson $34,000
Yeah,
from that
from that.
debt.
Yeah.
So did you pay the $34,000 back?
No, I didn't. No.
You haven't paid any of that back either?
No.
The credibility of Adrian McManus has again been questioned because of her changing account of what she saw at Neverland. Sworn evidence she gave in 1993 that she never saw any inappropriate behaviour by Jackson towards any child.
At Michael Jackson's trial, you were found to have lied under oath.
Okay, now I'm going to explain that. When Michael threatened me, I was scared of what was going to happen to me and my family and my son.
You admit to not telling the truth.
Yeah, because he threatened me.
How do we know you're telling the truth now?
Well, let's put it this way. I know the truth. I can sleep very good at night. I'm happy I did what I did by standing up and trying to do the right thing.
You've got to look very carefully at people's motives, and you've got to look very carefully at the facts. You've got the most famous person in the world, one of the wealthiest people in the world, perceived as very vulnerable, okay? And people constantly try to exploit him throughout his life.
For lawyer Tom Mesereau, so much of what was aimed at Michael Jackson was about cold, hard cash.
People wanted to make so much money on watching the great Michael Jackson rise high and then splatter. They wanted the story to have a miserable ending for him. They hoped they would see him in the courtroom in chains and jail clothes, without makeup, without his hair fixed up, without the clothing he liked to wear. They were looking forward to seeing the final chapter where Michael Jackson gets destroyed. And it was very disheartening to observe.
So you think it's all tied into money?
Yes, money and fame and publicity.
Including what he views as the latest trumped-up charges of child abuse.
Some of these accusers have not just changed their story slightly, they've done a 180. Is there a possible explanation in the Me Too movement where people now feel more comfortable saying publicly, look, I was abused. Can we now please do something about it?
Right now, if you are accused of this type of thing, you are almost judged guilty before you can defend yourself. I think right now we're going a little too far, and a lot of people who are not honest, who are trying to capitalize on this particular movement, are raising accusations that need to be challenged.
You don't think the freedom of the Me Too movement could be explained for these latest accusers coming up and saying that Michael Jackson molested them?
I think the freedom of the Me Too movement has allowed false accusations to be made as well as real accusations.
Pink.
And we've got to be very careful to make sure we sift out what's real and what's false.
Coming up, the King of Pop in court.
I think it's worse to be charged with something like this than homicide.
Disputed testimony.
I saw a good bunch of people who I felt very deeply were lying.
And an extraordinary result.
Were you surprised by the outcome?
Celebrities can do no wrong in today's world.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
No, that's not true.
I think you share your bed.
you feel it the same way?
By agreeing to participate in Martin Bashir's documentary, Michael Jackson, with the innocent assistance of his 12-year-old friend Gavin Arvizo, had given police all the reason they needed to investigate.
Well, there's also a door.
America, indeed the world, had never seen anything like it. In 2005, Jackson's case came to court. And so the stage was set for what would be one of the biggest trials of the century. It was a showdown more than a decade in the making and covered by twice as many media as turned up for the O.J. Simpson trial. Jackson faced 14 counts, from child molestation to conspiring to imprison the accuser and his family at the Neverland Ranch. If found guilty,
I was out of the country when he faced all
20
this.
years in jail.
These are horrific charges. These are ugly, nasty charges. I think it's worse to be charged with something like this than homicide. I really do.
The 14-week trial was a circus.
I think you have just seen that it takes about 20 minutes to make it 100 yards when you're in Mr. Jackson's company.
I love that. I love that.
Every day, crowds would gather to see the King of Pop.
This case is about one thing only. It's about the dignity, the integrity, the decency, the honor, the charity, the innocence, and the complete vindication of a wonderful human being named Michael Jackson.
Hollywood journalist Jeannie Wolfe saw things very differently.
I saw people who were out to get Michael Jackson. I saw people who were angry at Michael Jackson. I also saw people who adored him. And then I saw a good bunch of people who I felt very deeply were lying, were getting paid, were getting influenced. And I found the whole thing frightening.
On which side do you think people were lying?
They were lying in favor of Michael Jackson.
In his defense.
In his defense, saying that nothing ever happened.
Adrian McManus took the stand to give evidence against her former employer.
It was pretty crazy. I wasn't shocked that it was happening again, because I knew it was going to happen again. Do you know what I'm saying?
You always thought a trial sooner or later was going to come along, did you?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Sorry to say, but yeah.
Wade Robson, who's now accusing Michael Jackson of abusing him throughout his childhood, was the star witness for the defense.
He was very, very strong in his defense of Michael Jackson. He told me in no uncertain terms he had not been molested, he had not been abused, and that these claims were ridiculous. I mean, this man was so strongly supportive of Michael Jackson, so powerful in his defense of Michael Jackson, that it just shocks me that he's changed his story in recent years. I just can't get over it.
Shows how good of an actor he
As
was.
the trial reached a conclusion, the strain of Michael Jackson was starting to show.
I watched him deteriorate physically and emotionally during the trial. He lost
I
weight,
watched people do it to me
more sunken in.
with the Playroom.
Like vertically.
They didn't destroy me, but you know, the attempts.
After 8 days of
Fucking
deliberation, the jury
false
reached its
accusations and shit like that.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of attempting to commit a lewd act upon a minor child.
a unanimous decision of not guilty on all charges. That moment in the courtroom, when they said not guilty, how many times?
14.
14 times. What was that like?
That was one of the most unique, powerful, unusual experiences of my lifetime.
What did Michael Jackson say to you?
He said, thank you, thank you, thank you. Never forget it.
For Michael Jackson, it was vindication. But the damage was done, and life at Neverland would never be the same again. Were you surprised by the outcome?
No, I wasn't surprised because I think in today's world,
Like her.
a lot of jurors, they don't like to.
Freeze frame. The interviewer just pointed out with Michael Jackson's lawyer that one of his accusers was once one of his biggest defenders. As I said, well, that just shows the extent of his acting. Either way, and we don't know what to trust. His word is not valid. That's that. Same goes for her. She lied under oath. You have the entire United States backing you. You're scared of Michael Jackson's bodyguards? She originally signed a contract. She spoke earlier in this piece here that confidentiality, right? She stole from the house. She found something that Michael Jackson had, from Elvis, that he threw away. No, she found something that she thought he wouldn't notice missing. She's a thief, a liar. So her validity is null and void. I don't believe anything coming out of her mouth. And she says, from what I've watched, she says it too joyfully. Michael Jackson's dead. You know, he's dead. So you know what's gonna happen? Who's gonna do whatever? So she's no longer scared of the bodyguards that once scared her for years and she couldn't sleep, and now I sleep soundly. And I'm not buying anything from her, but bullshit. And I believe this is the length she's went through to go through all that.
Say that a celebrity is guilty.
Why not?
Because they think they're above everybody else. They look up to them. And they right away think everybody wants money. That's why, you know, celebrities can do no wrong in today's world. That's what I think.
Coming up, the biggest headline of all.
We have a gentleman here that needs help and he's not breathing yet.
Very eerie to even be around. I've never visited this place before.
The stories that won't go away.
Talk about their abuse, make these new accusations. Do you believe them?
It would be very hard not to believe them.
And returning to Neverland one last time.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm coming back here. Very mixed emotions.
That's next on 60 Minutes. Michael Jackson might have been found not guilty of child sexual abuse in
I remember there was a
2005,
lady
but the trial and the lurid headline
on another thing years ago. There was a lady that accused Michael Jackson, the song Billie Jean, The Child's Not My Lover, or The Child, whatever. She accused Michael Jackson of raping her, her and his bodyguard crew came to her house and he took the buns. No other neighbors saw Michael Jackson on the block, you know. Kind of a covert thing. We're just gonna bring Michael out tonight to rape some girl in the hood. Not kids. Rape some woman so that he can get some inspiration to make music. Fuck out of here. No. Just like Johnny Depp and the way Amber Heard, how she tried to destroy his character. Right. And I didn't even watch that in full detail. I just saw some of the PowerPoints that people were covering. Because I don't like to watch court cases. But, yeah, she got caught in lies. The girl defecated on his bed. Like right then and there. You fucking savage. But she goes to the extent to make herself look proper and just and, you know, very studious. Fuck out of here. You shat on someone's bed. That alone, I canceled.
Created, irreparably damaged his career. Never again would he hit the highs of the musical stardom he had once known.
These will be my final show performances in London. This will be it. This is it. When I say this is it, it really means this is it. Because,
In 2009, though, at 50 years of age, he announced one last shot. Jackson called his farewell tour This Is It, and sold out 50 concerts at London's O2 Arena.
We have a gentleman here that needs help and he's not breathing yet.
But less than 3 weeks from the start of the tour, Michael Jackson made his biggest headline ever when he overdosed on prescription drugs and died.
You have a personal doctor here with him, sir. Oh, yeah, after that. Yeah, but he's not responding to anything to know.
On the day Michael died, where were you? I came home and the father called me and he said, "Cat, you have to come down to the hospital."
Like the rest of the world, news of Jackson's death was met with disbelief by his family, as his mum, Catherine, told Liz Hayes in 2013.
Nobody would say anything. And I said, "Well, where's Michael? I want to go to his room. I want to go and visit him," you know. Nobody said anything. And then finally, about 10 or 15 minutes later, they took me to a room and nobody would say anything. So finally, I said, "Well, did he make it?"
That shows you how displaced.
Did he make it?
How a mother didn't know what not of her child. That show you how displaced space there was between the two of them.
I don't know what happened after that. I guess I must have blacked out or screamed or something. But
I don't like his parents. I don't like his dad. I don't like her. That's the first time I've ever even seen her or even heard her. But she allowed all that to happen when they were young.
1 billion people.
But then again, the father was abusive, so she probably got a couple of lashings too.
The curtain closing on one of the greatest entertainers who ever lived. This is where Michael spent his last few hours.
It's very eerie to even be around you. I've never visited this place before. I've never even wanted to.
Returning to the mansion where Michael Jackson died is a reminder for Jeannie Wolfe of what has been lost. Once blinded by his star power, she now views him differently.
Do you think, Jeannie, that these latest accusations have affected the Michael Jackson legacy?
I definitely do. I don't think people will look at him in the same way. I don't think his music will die. It's just too great. I think his music is beyond him, but the myth is gone.
But for Tom Mesereau, the lawyer who defended him, it's Michael Jackson who is the victim, not the boys who ended up in his bed in Neverland.
You're one person that knows in life there's a lot of grey, not a lot of black and white. But you're adamant, aren't you? You don't think Michael Jackson has molested one single person?
Michael was a creative spirit. He danced to his own drummer. He saw things we don't see. He heard things we don't hear. He was a creative genius. He was eccentric. He was different, and he was an artist. I don't believe he was a molester for 5 seconds.
If we look at the history of this, though, the number of accusers, Chandler, Gavin Arvizo, Wade Robson now, Jimmy Safechuck, I mean, are they all making it up?
Let's look at them individually. Safechuck swore under penalty of perjury that he wasn't abused. Robson swore under penalty of perjury that he wasn't abused. Arvizo wasn't believed by the jury. 2 other people were paid off to end the litigation, to end the lawsuit, so he could get on with his career. So when you look at everyone under a microscope, what do you really come up with? Not much.
Well, a lot more than most mere mortals face in their lifetime.
Well, he's the biggest target on the planet. He was the most famous person on the planet. He was immensely wealthy. He was perceived as immensely vulnerable. This made him a target throughout his life. And he's being attacked even in death by people who want money.
The days were filled with magical childhood adventure experiences. Playing tag, watching movies, eating junk food, anything you could ever want as a child. Out of a storybook, right? Out of a fairy tale.
Michael Jackson gave the world his music. But to his accusers, he took away so much. More than most, Jeannie Wolf has listened to what they've said and believes their accounts of what happened at Neverland are convincing.
Jeannie, you've seen and heard Wade Robson and Jimmy Safechuck
Yes, I have.
talk about their abuse, make these new accusations. Do you believe them?
Yeah, same. So do I. He's not even in this. I don't think he's even in this documentary because there's only like 5 minutes left. They don't have enough time to bring up him.
Love, as only a kid could be with Michael Jackson. Both of them have repeatedly said that Michael Jackson told them over and over again, we can never tell anyone. Because if we do, I'll go to jail for life and you'll go to jail for life. So embedded in their mind was the imperative that we never tell this secret.
I can't believe I'm coming back here. Very mixed emotions.
Adrian McManus insists she's also telling the truth about Michael Jackson.
2 females and 2 fucking young dudes that look borderline gay.
When you see these gates again,
look like members of fucking hell.
Yeah. Anxiety.
You know, look like they work for the dark side.
Misery. I would never go through those gates.
Nothing about the 2 seemed righteous
all
or
those years here, is it? Misery.
Misery.
genuine.
A bad choice that I made.
Genuine fuckery. And I get that from all 3. And the lady, she's just, you know, she chose their side of what to believe, and they're just using one person that has a lot of in-depth belief.
I would say it to his face.
Yeah, it was
I really would. You know, I was 28 when I started working for him.
You'd say it to his face, shut up.
It was hard for me.
If you were 28 when you were working for him, that's a whole grown woman. You're not no little fucking kid.
Was another side to him, and I saw it. I don't feel sorry for that. I just don't. I feel sorry for the children.
Hello, I'm Liam Bartlett. Thanks for watching. To keep up with the latest from 60 Minutes Australia, make sure you subscribe to our channel. You can also download the 9Now app for full episodes and other exclusive 60 Minutes content.
In Australia, they're over there telling the other side. It's not like they court-crafted lies. So they told an equal.
and welcome to the Doc Exchange, a real stories.
Then this next one that comes on, what killed the king of pop, the death of Michael Jackson's mystery. Yeah, like the lawyer said, people are still trying to get rich off or get money from him in his death 10 years later. Funny. Just an interesting view on things. Our generation, we grew up bullies. Bullies still a thing of existence. Right? Bullying and all that. But people go on. We've got past that. Those our bullies and all that. Right? So functioning, doing well, a lot of people. So when that bully becomes successful, oh shit, I remember that guy used to bully me. Now all of a sudden, you're gonna claim distress. Well, you know what? When I think about it, I actually can't function properly because this guy used to bully me, or this girl, or this person. Like, that's bullshit. It's pure bullshit. Unless the bullying, left you crippled and damaged and mentally fucking down, okay. But, yeah, see? And it shows you in the extent people would go. Because here you are, working hard and you're making whatever, or you're struggling, and there's your bully, and they're fucking on top. And now your story is one of, hey man, they used to beat me up, they dumped me in the garbage and shit. They don't love their fans or whatever. They're not that genuine person. You have possibility for a whole thing now. People are gonna want to hear about that. Someone dead. And what better way to do it by using the doctor? It's a fact. Taking things back to just of this country, if a hit were put on you, or just the trust issues. Going back to the days of the cowboy, he'd hold his gun on the barber, right? Say, when he get the shave and shit, he'd be holding the gun, fucking off safety on the barber. Yeah. Make sure you get everything smooth, no nicks. So, your assailant come from someone as common as the barber. Now, they always show the gunslinger holding the gun on the barber, but they never made a movie about a barber that was doing that. Where'd that come from? Was it just the gunslingers, distrust for people? But in Michael Jackson's instance and situation, if you've got this, as she put it, well, these aren't her words, but he's got a hit squad of his own. Right? His bodyguards never spoke. She never gave any details. How many of them were there? You're fucking made there. How many bodyguards did he have? Why didn't she speak anything on them? She didn't give a description about, bodyguard, there was this one tall, white, like, kind of Norwegian guy, or, whatever. Nothing. So, let's take her accusation seriously for a second here. So then, now if someone wanted to get to him, they had to get past this bodyguard crew. How could you do that? If they were really locking down his food, the motherfucker had acres of land to go to, just, golf course, amusement park, movie theater, whatever the fuck was out there, he had in here. For the most part, I guess. So that would be the correct line of attack. You have to find a worker, someone in Neverland, to corrupt, to turn, to scare, to help you. The African doctor, easy person to scare. But you're not even in this country, man. We'll fucking eradicate your family back in your country. Listen, man, everything can go over fine. We just need you to do something. He's on meds, right? Give him some more of his meds. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about the coroner, the autopsy afterwards and all that. We got all of it covered. If they could make that proposition to the doctor, the bad doctor, we can't give him the good doctor title. Nah, I believe he killed him. He didn't seem remorseful. He seemed scared. But yet justified in his own. Like, I'm scared, but I know I did what they asked of me, so I'm gonna be okay. And notice, we don't know where he is today. He's somewhere on the planet, back within regular life. I don't believe this fucking bloated little bitch. Not one bit. If you lied in court back then, why the fuck are we to believe you a decade later on an interview? Everyone trusted the doctors. No questions asked. Of course, the doctor has your best interests. Shall we get a second opinion? I'm surprised Michael Jackson didn't have a team of doctors. And furthermore, with all that money, why was he? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even want to say it. Kind of makes me want to watch this right here. What Killed King of Pop? The Death of Mystery. The Death of Michael Jackson. I'm kind of intrigued to see what they might pull up. And this was published on March 20 of last year. He got paid to do it. He did. And who was the old little slave lady? Like, really? Cat Williams made a joke about her. He said, the little woman that came out, seemed like a little witch or some shit, or some slave that they had. Who was she? That wasn't his mother. They came and announced and shit, like, what the fuck is this? Notice we don't hear anything more about Tupac sightings. Just throw ridiculousness of thought. If Tupac was still alive and they faked his death, you mean to tell me Michael Jackson, who was 10 times more famous than Tupac, I think fucking literally, there's no hypothesis or hypotheticals of him still being alive? Weird. Was it a government hit or mafia hit? Well, from what I'm hearing and what makes sense, I think the mafia or the government, in all actuality, from what I'm hearing, was the label. Sony did that to Michael Jackson, is the word. One of the words on the street. They're on the suspect list. Sony. He owned his masters. They didn't like that. Because, you know, you can make all the money while you're alive, but we're in the business of getting some money while you're alive and then getting all of the money after you're no longer alive with the masters. Biggest deal and situation to any artist. They say that's what it was all about. "60 Minutes just depicted him as being immensely rich. I've heard he was broke. So, you know, it's all over the place. From the source, you know, I'm gonna share the bed. That was weird. That was weird. I cannot defend that. You know. I mean, I could completely defend you want to do for kids, so, you know, make things for them and da-da-da. You don't have to even fucking be there. Just be like this super big brother to foster, you know, troubled children. Use your money, help them. Start a fucking college. He could have done shit like that. Hanging out with boys all day in your bed. No. And just don't cut it. I can't explain that, so I don't know. I do know he's no longer with us, and 10 years later they're still looking to throw dirt on his name, though. When you have the ability to buy elephants and have giraffes in your front yard, how much money is that? Jealousy has something else. How much jealousy does that breed? A farm's worth, a large farm's worth, the entire farm, the entire farmland industry. These motherfuckers got tractor trailers, horses, chicken coop, sheep, buffalo. That high yellow. Does he have giraffes and zebras and elephants and tigers? No bears? Oh my. He has a monkey. Yeah, honey, get the gun. He definitely, see, that's what a lot of people overlook. What about the racism he was receiving, for sure? Here's a black man who, you look at his start, he was black, and then, you know, he was bleaching his skin, whatever. I don't even give a damn about that. He's still a black man. They will always see him as a black man. Bleached skin or not. Who, you know, he didn't have any political aspirations. So they weren't that threatened by him. But yet and still, what the fuck is this? Yeah? What the fuck is this ninja doing with all of it? He's bigger than Elvis. He married Elvis's daughter. Are you kidding me? The head Klansman did not like Michael Jackson, I bet. The Grandmaster. I like him. If you will, in hindsight. Michael Jackson not only breeded jealousy and envy for himself, he did for us as well. Let's not forget where we are now. Last I checked, this country is not appreciative to black riches. Blacks with money. If we can control them, control their rise and fall, cool. We can't control. Oh man, we can control. We can get control. We got to figure out the hit. How it's gonna happen? Is it gonna be an accident? We're gonna get the doctor to do it. We're gonna get one of the kids to do it. First, let us try the best approach, which is to have them do it. We'll give you all that you need and more. Whitney, Bobby. Whitney's gone and Bobby's been quieted, silenced. Who wants to hear from Bobby Brown right now? You know, it's down to a handful of black celebrities that have not been attacked. Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman, Danny Glover, maybe not so much. Oprah, I'm already having difficulty finding the fifth. Like, no smear, no nothing, just, you know. I mean, they had something on Oprah there for a moment. They stay out of the light, and they're always in the light. They're part of the light. That's why they don't have any problems. And with the exception of Oprah, I love them all. I think that Oprah's an evil bitch. They churned her. They use her, and she's okay with being used. as the mouthpiece to hold down the black community. Not even just the black man, the entire fucking community. What Oprah says, millions attuned to. As far as they're concerned, she's the mouth of the community. Not Wendy Williams. She's a shit talker. She's another mouth. And they threw her chump change. They threw her shillings. Notice, they never put her at Oprah's level. They do two different things. Nobody really wants to sit with Wendy Williams. People want to sit with Oprah. She has her own channel, i.e., they let the bitch go. If they didn't want her, a black woman, having a motherfucking power network of her own, then she wouldn't. It's really that simple. Or if she'd have been going tooth and nail to fight them on it and going it, she'd be dead by now. In my humble opinion, she is the only damn that, right? Look, they didn't like what Spike Lee was doing. They shut him up, brought in some gay producer, flooded money in his shit. And all the media's pump him up. He still hasn't produced a movie worth watching. They paid to silence Spike Lee, shut his shit down, drain him out, and bring about some cross-dressing black movie producer. For a moment, I thought he was with them. Wasn't too sure. I'm sure of it now. And even though Tyler Perry's been a complete flop outside of the Medea franchise, it's been a hit for them. At the hit at Spike Lee. No need to kill him. Better to keep him around and watch him be upset all the time in his little bit of riches in comparison to them. They're probably waiting for him to run into some hood incidents. Oprah's protected. She was on Channel 7 for 30 years. What does that tell you? She's in. Been in. You keep a job for 30 years, you are a company man. Shareholder. You're invested in the company. You are the company. The company is you. You've been to 30 company, maybe 25 company functions. You start really getting invited into your 5th year. And after all of that, still turn around, spin, have her own show, branch out, make network, all the bank she's made. But aside from the audience that's made it to her show or whatever, and she doesn't even do that, that's Ellen. But she does gift her audience. You know. What has she done for the community? Her own community, Chicago, is a whole fucking shithole. Right along with President Barack Obama. ex-President Barack Obama. Two of the most influential black members of this country, from Commander-in-Chief to Commander-in-Chief of social media. Money, 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 motherfucking money. Chicago's the shithole. No Neverland business of large amounts of money being spent on their community. If Oprah ran for president, I guarantee she would get the job. Yeah, I'm pretty sure plenty of people have told her that. I'd like to see that. I'd go for some of that. I just out of curiosity to see what she would do for the community getting still. Even while she's done nothing. That I can see. For all I know, she may have her own university in Chicago or some shit. But she hasn't done anything big, I mean, in my opinion. Yeah, hands down. But I also get that she doesn't want to. With the 30 years of being a reporter, she's seen much on stage and off stage. There's another person I follow who used to be with one of the channel networks, and he no longer is. And per him, because he couldn't stand the corruption anymore, he couldn't stand the fakeness and the misleading and misinformation, the delving of misinformation and the misleading of narratives. She has went with. She's a complete robot. Whatever comes across the prompter, she's going with. I would think she wouldn't want to take the office because of all the corruption she knows about. She don't want to. I think she's probably already had enough of her feed. She's had enough of her serving for the corruption and death threats. But then again, moving into the White House, you get the bodyguards for life and all that, so. I'm sure she already has a bodyguard crew equivalent to that of some sort of politician or celebrity. She is a celebrity. She's a fucking mega celebrity. She's more a celebrity than Beyonce and Jay-Z combined. If Jay-Z and Beyonce started doing stupid shit right now, the world would expect that, and the world over it wouldn't really, us, hey. If Oprah started doing stupid shit, the world, no exceptions, from suburbs to small towns to the big metropolitans, out to islands in every language, people will be invested. That shows you the difference in her fame. assume strongly so. You're on a network. That doesn't sound like some bootleg shit. He bought a studio. Whatever. That's a Spike Lee move. You own an entire fucking television network with all sorts of facets and different channels of things that you don't even have to put your name on. You just own. So people that don't even like you won't even know they're watching your show type shit. I don't know that I've watched anything she's ever produced. I'm not a fan of hers. But I also have to realize that, you know, a lot of these people, I don't know, you know, it's like I'm caught between a lot. Because I feel that, you know, had I gained a level of stardom, I would have used it to change, to bring about change. But now I also realize that everyone that's done that is no longer here. So that would have brought about the stress and the decision of whether or not to sacrifice my life for the community. And watching how people have done that in ways, if you will, and it's brought about no change. They kill. That's her net worth. They kill, knock off, build up, destroy whoever and whom they choose with no consequences. It's always some shadow organization, someone, something, you know. So, can you blame any of them? If you knew you couldn't win a war, would you grab a weapon? Or would you try to change it? You try to find some other weapon to use to change the narrative, change the outcome of the war. And then they'd realize what you were doing and cancel you one way or another. You can't tell me, because I don't want to hear it, that 100 instances of celebrityism, they all just imploded and turned on themselves because it was too much. But yet and still, the obols, billionaires, why, they're just fine. Celebrities, oh, they end up overdosing and doing too much and always some accidental, too soon death. Billionaires. We don't even know who the fuck they are outside of Oprah and who Google can tell us. Google couldn't tell us all the billionaires of the planet. And if we had a list of them and it was just faces, you would recognize no more than 5. And the list would hold hundreds. You wouldn't recognize them. You couldn't tell me why they're billionaires, what they're involved in. That shadow, that gray area. So, before I read your comment, a celebrity who's feeling themselves and has ideas or ambitions. These billionaires, they brush shoulders with them. You know, as a billionaire, I can pay for Beyonce and Jay-Z to perform for my children's birthday. What are they asking? Double it. I own them. They're like fucking trinkets on my keychain. That would be my approach if I were a billionaire. It's an easy mindset to take on. You run every fucking thing because money runs everything and you have all the money. It'd take 100 stupid moves by you to bankrupt yourself as a billionaire. Alright. That's why we don't see very wealthy people going into bad or poor neighborhoods and fixing them up or cleaning them up using big money of their own. Right? If we can knock off the if, but I'll leave it for this. If the billionaires of the planet were to make a collective effort to change the landscape of the planet, inhabitants, and upgrade them for the people, nothing more than just a collective charity move by the billionaires of the planet. Homelessness, poverty, all that eradicated. But then what happens? People are happy. The billionaires, they lose an edge on their shit. Not authority. Now more people are acting like them. They got it. They don't like that. They're not going to like that. We are the few. We are the select. Y'all, us, are the 99%. And, you know, we're not going to give up all our riches to turn the 99% into what we are. That would be a completely selfishless move by that committee, which would be good. But we all know if you become a billionaire, there has to be some sort of selfishness involved in you. Money is the root of evil, if you will. And just all that kind of money comes with a lot of power, heavy crown. And then, to get off the if and come back to reality, they do converse. That is their circle. This is our circle. Their circle. They probably joke about it. How we could imagine. Just for nothing, Williams, ponder me this. If I were to take 2%, if we all in this hall were to take 2% of our annual income from our endeavors, business endeavors, could we not change? Could we not control the future? Right? I mean, as intelligent as they are, as ambitious and interested and invested as they are, this has to have had, and then that person's looked at as an outcast, and they might come up missing. Because I think the overall consensus is, no, we're not doing that. And he or she or they that are about it, good luck, we are not with you. You are an outcast to us. Hear ye, hear ye? Hear! No different than the KKK operate the entire hood. They may have a couple of, you know, a blind black guy or some dude that's just hell-bent on them having some sort of relation. They'll accept that. They don't even like it, but fuck it. But they'll never have the entire hood of Brooklyn move into one of their acred lands and reconvert it for unity. Oh no. Absurd. Why? So, as it goes for the rich, the racism comes with the money and the loyalty added. Like, we ain't never doing nothing but this. That's what we on. Always looking to always an open ear for new investments. You know, what's going on? What are you hearing from your guys? There's good capital and electricity units. The powering, the battery, the lithium and all that. Yeah. We've got a guy down at Goldman Sachs. He's giving us the, you know, the good treatment. None of us can sit and watch our money grow unless it's in a bank that they own. They sit and watch their money grow in the Dow Jones. It's so different. And fuck being an investor versus a fucking chairman that owns an entire fucking conglomerate. Franchises of businesses, all sorts of shit you didn't know that this guy was into, or woman. They got motherfuckers working for them in other countries. In coal mines and shit, just odd shit. See, here's a skyline picture of New York City. And all the skyscrapers, I've always loved it. I've never looked at it like I'm seeing it right now behind this conversation. As many buildings as I can see, I'd have to add to it. This is all the property of billionaires. Yo, what the fuck does it cost for a skyscraper? I've never even looked. I'm not in that bracket or even idea. I've never thought. I've always envisioned owning a penthouse, a unit within the building, not the building. So think small. You think too small. Think big. But just looking at the city, it's really not that many. I hope the picture doesn't change. Let me try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Of course it fucking changes. But I hit the 5 for what I had it there, so 5 at that, about an inch for 5, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 to 50 skyscrapers within New York. I'd love to know if they were all independently owned, who owns them. Does one guy own, 7 of them? I'd love to know what the deal is. Because we only knew about building property owners when fucking 9/11 went down. Like, the owner of the building doesn't even get any recognition. His name might be out front of the fucking building. You don't stop and read or give some respect to. It's just like, whatever, I'm here to, you know, for whatever's going on within that building. And in New York, they had everything going on there. Doctors, studios, all sorts of shit. Billionaires out here dying, but before they die, they have a rude awakening. They have a rude awakening on life, noticing things that should have noticed before they even got sick. And see, I've known that in all of its totality for understanding. With billionaires, I've known and applied that to like the racists and like that shit has to die out at some point. Doesn't look like it's on its way at all, but at some point. The white America control, the old America, the motherfuckers that instilled segregation, made it law, abided by it as law, abused the law of it, enforcing the law, living in it. Those people, rich and poor, you gotta go. You gotta go. Their phase, their era, it's over. It's definitely time for them to opposite. What they put together didn't work. It's not to say what the fuck we're doing is working, but it's definitely time for a change. They'd have me killed. I know it. I've known it and I've known it for a long time. My mouth would get me killed. My opinion. And if I had the money to make moves and had influence, the dangers that I would face. I noticed they went out of their way to see to it that I and others couldn't make it. They anticipated. Thus, what Reagan and his wife were in on, Reaganomics. And you would know, dare to say no, but all the while they're providing. That shit. Hey kids, don't do drugs. Bring the weight in around the back. Yeah. Susie, drugs are bad. Hurry up. Get this shit out to the people. They'll be meeting you at the dock later on 8 o'clock tonight for the pickup. Okay. And that's a government official. Who took a sworn oath to protect. But yet, they're poisoning for a greasing of their pocket. Nice big, little, what does the money say? Well, all right. This sounds like a nice vacation, a boat. And this is one of the first payments of many? Yeah, I'm down. It's been said everyone can be bought. Everyone has a price. When you're a billionaire and you get sick, you would think you would get the best treatment, but sick doesn't have a dollar sign. Well, they could pay for the best treatment, but that's their problem. That's their woe. It doesn't matter. You can pay for the best treatment, but last I checked, unless you're ready to be like some sort of fucking cyborg, they haven't figured out how to extend life, preserve you from decaying. They have not figured out how to reverse that. If they did, all the billionaires would buy in immediately, if not sooner. Thus why the idea of the sick, twisted shit we've caught wind of about the billionaires killing infants for their blood and fear and something taking, you know the shit. I don't even like to fucking think about it. But they're going to all extremities. Just stick around. I mean, honestly, if you owned every fucking thing, could buy everything, and got everything, why would you want to leave the party and everything? You know what I mean? You want to stay here, no doubt. Where's the Fountain of Youth? Have they found that? I've got some archaeologists looking. They say it's in the Amazon. No, see, that's something they can't shake and haven't been able to. And they sit around in their circle and watch each other disappear. But you know, the unfortunate thing for us is that most people, when they're perishing and they know it, well, let's be fair, let's give it a 50-50, I guess. I'm not so versed. But when people are perishing, you know, they want to do all that they've never done. Or think about a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of things. But one of them is raise all the hell that you can before you kick the bucket. Especially if you've been a nefarious type of individual that never gave a fuck about anybody else's life but your damn self and your money and the business and your legacy of the business. Well, you might just want to do some dastardly shit. You might not want to go out silently in the night. People do bad things, rich and poor. How much worse is it with the rich? They can afford to do more damage. They really can. They can afford to get away with a lot more than a poor person. And I mean, like, in case-wise, so, you know, a fucking rich person could kill 10 people and get away with it. I mean, we wouldn't know about it type shit. Poor person kill 10 people, we're gonna know about it. Remember that movie Ice-T made back in the days? What was it, Trespass? No, not Trespass, some other shit. Where he was hunted by the rich people and they were, you know, it was part of fucking sport and shit. I believe that. I believe that. I really, really, really do. I believe that's a whole perverse reality. find it astonishing how they managed to clean up homelessness in New York City. I mean, it's still there, but it's not there like it was there at all. As a kid, I remember seeing grown adults as far as the eye could see in cardboard communities all throughout Grand Central Station, Penn Station, and the streets of Manhattan. All that just poof, like a Dave Blinn trick, magic gone. What happened? Those people were real survivors. They were out there. Where'd they all go? Couldn't get a concrete answer. Because the mayor was in on some corrupt shit. That was in on some other shit. That was like, no, we can, if we do this, this, and this, we can clean up the streets. And they eradicate people is what they did. I'd love to see a documentary on how, the truth of how Mayor Giuliani cleaned up, him and the NYPD cleaned up the streets of New York City. See, and the politicians who were once poor people, every last one of them damn near, a lot of them, they get tips from the billionaires on other business ventures aside from politics to invest in so that they can be wealthy to an extent of being cool. You know, the guard, the Imperial Guard, never made more than the Emperor. Yeah. But yet and still the Imperial Guard was respected and there. The politicians are their Imperial Guards. The pen is mightier than the sword. They keep a mean collection of swords around too. Ancient ones, you know, the ones the general won the fight with. They have that specific sword in their gallery. I couldn't tell you, brother, nothing more than what I know. Fucking survival series shit, man. Hunger Games 5. What time is it out there for you? 1? You're an hour behind me. Friday, September 2nd. Hopefully won't have any bullshit this coming weekend. Right? Because 7 days from now, we'll make it the 9th, Friday, 9/11, Labor Day weekend. goodbye to the summer. Even though it'll still be hanging around for a little moment. Hey Google, show me Popular Mechanics.
According to Wikipedia, Popular Mechanics is a magazine of popular science and technology featuring automotive, home, outdoor, electronics, science, do-it-yourself, and technology topics. Military topics, aviation and transportation of all types, space, tools and gadgets are commonly featured.
Thanks for telling me what I already know. Dun, 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 dun. I thought she was gonna show me the fucking issues. Hey Google, show me the latest issue of Popular Mechanics.
I don't know, but I found these results.
Shut up. $17. Hey Google, how many people live on Mars?
On the website expanse.fandom.com, they say, it has a population of 10 billion humans and is governed by the Martian Congressional Republic.
Mars is the fourth planet from Sol and is the second smallest planet in the solar system. It has a population of 10 billion humans and is governed by the Martian Congressional Republic, the MCR. What? 10 billion, is that right? Hey Google, how many people live on Saturn?
0. On the website alexaanswers.amazon.com, they say, what is the population on Saturn? 0.
Hey Google, how many people live on Jupiter?
61,047. According to Wikipedia, according to the 2020 census, the town had a population of 61,047 as of April 1st, 2020.
Nigga, Jupiter, Florida. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I didn't say Florida. Hey Google, how many people live on the planet Jupiter?
Here's something else. 61,047. On the website worldpopulationreview.com, they say, Jupiter has a 2022 population of 62,225. Jupiter is currently growing at a rate of 0.96% annually, and its population has decreased by since the most recent census, which recorded a population of 61,047 in 2020. The average household income in Jupiter is $133,526 with a poverty rate of 7.87%.
I'm dead. There's people on Mars. 10 million. How the fuck did they get up there? think our government knows something will go down. And that's the only hiding spot. This is like how they just mind blowing. I've got another situation going on at the same time, so it's all just. But how can they have 10 million people? See, now that ensues studying human production rate of things. How fast can humanity get to 1 million, starting today, it being, how many days until there's been 1 million more? But that would also, figuring that out, not knowing, so leaving that to the side. And now, this would also mean that all the governments were in on it, and all the rockets we've seen taking off have had more than just the astronauts on board. And this has been going on for decades. Would have had to been going on for decades. Thus why there's a space program, a space defense. Things might just start coming into a play of understanding. And if they didn't give a shit until now, to where they know they couldn't be stopped, then why would it even be an access for us to delve about? Like, that should have been restricted information. I don't know. That's what she should have said. Type shit. I don't know. There's questions you can ask her, she doesn't give you the answers to. It's been a while since I've been on my science shit. Captain Planet shit. Hey Google, how many people live on the moon?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Not that bitch known it. There are about 1.5 and 2 billion moon people, ETs, in parentheses, moon people in quotations, living on the moon. They look identical to Earth people, but more advanced. They live right. I've got to continue this read. No, bring me back. I hit the wrong thing. Is it true that 18% of the population has not seen the moon? Man, the fucking line of questions and thoughts tonight. I'll tell you. Take me back one page. Here we go. Now show me the rest of this. How many people live on the moon? Where do billionaires invest when there's high inflation? What does that have to do? Elon Musk, the world's richest person, revealed his strategy this week for investing. That didn't sound good. Elon Musk, the world's richest person, revealed his strategy this week for investing alongside record inflation. According to WSJ, since February 2020, the Fed increased the... What the fuck does that got to do with what I was reading? Where was the continuation of what I was reading? Why have humans been back? Why have humans never been back to the moon since after 1972? How many people could live on the moon? Where was the fucking story? I wanted the rest of that. Moon people and Earth people shit. They look like us, but they're more advanced. Mama said me fall from the stars. Am I one of the moon people? You know, is that what's going on? The fuck? It is. And now I'm just, giving some energy to the hypothesis of the reality of the hypothesis of all this. Because I've never met anybody that told me they were from the moon. Would and could that be one of the big secrets? Something within the top secret things to know. Classified information. There's actually motherfuckers living on the moon. We can't alert the people and let them know. It would cause an uproar, all sorts of chaos. I can see it, I can understand it, but how they get up there, what the fuck is really going on, has got my mind I'm just, hypothetically, this all being true. There's even a price. There you go. There's the fucking explanation. Tupac's on the moon. So is Michael Jackson. Now it's making sense. Because there ain't nowhere to hide here on the planet. As much vast space as there is, there's still, it's improbable for some mega celeb to continue to live on the face of the planet, and no one knows, but the people that do aren't going to say anything about it. That's too costly. Just the people that would know, they're in the circle, they could get money from, exposing where Tupac lives today. Or Michael Jackson. On the fucking moon. On Mars. What's the price? What's a ticket to Mars versus a moon? Oh, it ain't even fucking so. That would be the ultimate wool pull over the eyes. And I've been, as of lately, trying to figure out how the hell they kept the internet to themselves for 10 years and it never be even a leak. No one ever heard, they've got some, supercomputer. Nah, they started coming out with movies. They put it through on Hollywood and then just boom, right out to public application. I had a computer when I was 7. Could that be a thing? Common people would never know. Live out their entire life practically. Might hear something on the internet, but probably never even, know of that. space station already made for people that can pay that price. I remember back when the guy from Virgin Mega record stores introduced atmospheric and space travel. But then his house, his island, his house mysteriously burned down and some shit. Then the next thing you know, Elon Musk was running things. Good 5, 6, 7, 8 years later. What is that? I hear this loud fucking slam. Again. Here comes the yelling. It's a female. Some other neighbor talking about kill that fucking noise. I agree. It's 2-something in the morning. So they must be slamming the door of some sort or something, but it sounds like fucking metal on metal. The family about to start September's highway city. Yeah. And we're not moving until August. We re-signed the lease. I'm gonna make a strong move in August. I might even respectfully have to go get a closer view of what the fuck's going on. Because I'm out of blunts. Time for a blunt run or to get back to work. Decisions. But I'm good. I'm good. All things considered. Here on the planet is one of the Earthlings. Everything's alright. And it's funny, I saw the moon earlier tonight. Looks pretty. It was like a quarter moon or something. But I do have some new shit. YouTube account was just because it was attached to my email. And my original and only email I ever made and had, officially one that I keep up to this day, is this one. That's Blunt Mover. But I made that while I was working for a moving company. I'm moving blunt objects. I'm a blunt mover. So, and I'm used to it, and I haven't in a while. We've been here for a little second, if you will. So. Yeah, I gotta make it there first. That's early talk. I have no idea where that's gonna be. Aside from still within the state of Colorado. I don't know if we're heading further out, moving across to the other city. I don't know. But we are gonna move. We were gonna move just now. But happy wife, happy life. She wanted to stay, so I was like, oh. She gave me good enough point and reason. I was like, oh, true. All right. So. I wasn't ready. And he did say that. I tried this and it gave me a coughing spell. The lemonish. I remember thinking to myself, good. I need that. So, we'll see. Right now, I'm just focused on making it through the week. But that's how I do. I don't like to look out too far ahead with a plan of anything. You know, saying I'm gonna move next year definitely because we resign the lease, or we don't, or we make a decision that we're gonna move. So that's all good. Don't have the place picked out. The area, none of it. But there's a lot more preparation beforehand, so. Okay. I take this one for a walk. Change his name to Mr. Sleepkins. I can't just live. I live. holding back certain comments? Let me check that because I found that out recently. I forgot to turn it off. These motherfuckers be holding certain comments and shit. And I think it was with you that I spoke about it before, about allergies and how they can develop. These motherfuckers holding any comments. So I'm missing what you're saying. It's pretty cool, you and your wife picking out your next castle. I can't, but I didn't understand your last comment. You said I can't just live. I can't just live, let live. They always have to disrupt things because of an avatar name. Ah, okay. Brain fart. You were talking about in reference to my avatar. You named the blunt mover thing, and yeah, they had I'm sorry, I was trying to multitask. I was reading another conversation I got going on. I was in thought, but yeah, the blunt mover thing. They offered it to me here, and I was on Playroom and all that. When they came over with the YouTube, they like it was an offered name, suggested name. They were like, "Do you want to use your channel name?" And I was like, "Yeah, cool, fuck that." So. I'm thinking that big time is dragging. You wouldn't be alone in that thought. And I need to. Okay, watch this one, right? So, the conversation we've had, having. Moon people are more advanced. The government managed to keep the internet, from common person for a decade. We were all unaware. Government officials knew. The moon people knew. Wow. Could it really be? You know, I'm feeling like motherfucking, was it Roddy Piper? Visitors, right? Where's my glasses? Fuck you mean? Now wait a minute. You know? Like for real. Like my mind now sees a complete possibility of an entire different network. And just an understanding how shit would be ran and could be ran. Land is a beautiful thing. Dust brings on algae, mold does. Oh, this is the dustiest state I've ever been in life. It's not, can't say much for the mold. There's no mold. But I don't know, it could be the mold of the mountain mixed in with the dust. But internet wise, try to keep this complicated, basic understanding, in-depth understanding. Internet wise, I feel like I was selected for some bullshit, but I've been selected. I've been targeted. To reasons unbeknownst to me and unannounced. I've been picked. I've made the lottery. Because it was not this tracking, if you will, did not start with the YouTube. It didn't. Had the same problem back on Ustream. Fool me once, okay. Twice, I'm on to you. And it happened 3 times. Also happened on Daily Motion. I didn't stay there long enough, and I knew it was a weak service, but the same shit. Same patterns, same activities followed me there. It took them some time to acclimate and get me here. They have, bravo. Additionally, when I go to other platforms, I've seen sign of it too. I've got 2 other platforms that seem to happen. Not the 2 viewer thing, but the targeting. The internet is in its 3rd stage. That sounds interesting as a statement and a fact. They released it to us. It was nerdy learning until they introduced porn. Then from porn came the sites and chat rooms. Then make your own site. And merch, purchasing, dating. It took on its own life. To now, truly using it as this information superhighway as it was intended. But even with more weird and perverseness, there's the dark web. I don't know if I've been targeted from there, you know. Or from the Advanced Moon people who work along with Drake. Let's amp this up. Still, to this day, I have no explanation. And I doubt, I'd like to hear your theory for sure. If any, an explanation as to how is it that a man from Canada, millionaire, possibly billionaire, I don't know, he's just got so much in common. And right down to the eerie point of having a child the same day as me and naming the child the same as mine. Like, whoa. It was enough with the albums and the rolling back to back. back to back. Man doesn't even smoke. I wouldn't put it past man's to have had his A&Rs watching and taking talent from others and taking inspiration from others and real life and drawing from real life. This is cool, okay. Explain to me, how the fuck did he manage? How is it that he and I have identical sons? That just it irks me in a weird way. Because I don't have an answer, and the answer, going to get that answer, shit goes weird. We got to go into rabbit holes of all sorts, like the moon people and whatnot, for it to make sense. I decided personally not to be a part of the industry like that. So if they were so advanced, they'd know it. Nah, he's a rebel on his own. He didn't want to, you don't want to ride out with the Imperial fleet. Does that mean I'm of no use to them? I'd propose quite the opposite. Oh, it's cool. You don't want to be with us? Cool. Let's study them. Now we got the internet where you can go out and, like a Marine, be all you can be. Who's in control? Who's on the receiving end of all these archives? It's in the contract. We don't have rights to this. We sign over the rights. I don't know where it goes. I'm just happy to put shit up. Where's it all actually going? Yeah? Or is that top secret, classified information? All the information that the internet has been retaining over the past 2 decades. Who owns that? And what are they doing with it? Is that like being transmitted out to the moon people? And that much, I really don't. It's funny, as much as I'm about gadgets and technology, I don't buy this metaverse deal. You have to have boundless, zero gravity controller seat. A pod to which you enter to be fully submerged. Otherwise, it's just virtual reality. VR has been around since the motherfucking 80s. That's the 80s, the 90s, the millennium break, 2010, 50 years, half a century. I'm not so convinced everyone's gonna buy in or gonna have no choice but to, because that's an expensive project. Is that what all the billionaires are gonna invest their money into? Because, like I said, the only way they can get almost a promised continuation of life is through science and having your organs replaced. Because even if you go and get some new ones, they decay too. And it's not guaranteed that they will make the connect. But I read, as I was trying to get into popular science, that it is now possible for us to be without organs. They can replace every organ and its function and give us a body. I think additionally, they can extract the brain and the spinal cord column and everything and reinstall it in either another body I think another body was the deal. Or like maybe one of those cloned bodies they had. You know, they weren't supposed to do human cloning, but those scientists have proved that they could. So, knowing that everyone breaks the law on all levels, we should guaranteedly believe in cloning stations. I do now. But I just, it's too much. How do you get, like, if they were to clone me, how do you get someone at my age? How do you get a human from an embryo into a grown human? Would you just have them grown in at looking at 40, looking 20, and then just teach it what it's supposed to know, I guess? I guess it's just that simple. They can make a third stage human. Yeah, make him a senior citizen, or make him, whatever. Make her, him, and then whatever. And just out comes walking some humanoid that just, they get to fill with information that it lives. It has a brain, and they fill it up right away. They put it into a center and fill it with what they needed to know. And then tell it what. But if it's a robot of sorts, then they can program and control it. They don't need to tell it anything. I just don't want to believe that that's what the fuck is going on. I really don't. I don't want to believe that there's a possibility of the truth that I drove some humanoid where it was supposed to go in the 5,000 interactions I've had for customers in my job. I once drove a humanoid somewhere. An alien of sorts. It's mind-boggling. In the cough, you don't normally see that once in a blue moon. Yeah. Using your own stem cells, that could be possible. Tap another you. Indeed. So this blank canvas, fill me in. I am deeply intrigued. Because I didn't think anything about it when they did it with sheep. I really didn't. Literally. They cloned sheep, huh? Yeah, they made a sheep in the lab on their own. I didn't even I wasn't even intrigued any bit. All that intrigued me was that they had done that, but they were also told that that's all they could do, and that's it. Cut this shit out. Don't be playing God. And they had also proclaimed that they, could do humans. And that was a very long time ago. Knowledge is power, all depending on the hands and the minds that it's in. So if too much got said, they buried it, but yet and still kept research going. Because of course, if you can clone humans and you proved it, well, tell me what else can you do? I can make a cybernetic humanoid. I can make a human out of a computer. Or vice versa. I can mesh the two. Nonsense. But is it? Have you heard about how chickens are being raised? Get a full-blown chicken in 1 month. That's way too fast. I have not. I heard they were being mistreated right along with all the other animals, but that was about the depth of that. In 1 month, I have a full-grown chicken. Didn't know that. Now that, combined back at the cloning session, whatever this rapid shit they got going on with the chickens harnessed back at the cloning station is how they would accomplish age. I was always like, how the fuck would they just grown people up to make them look like them and then, okay, he looks like him finally, alright, cool. No, that would take far too long. Definitely. If they found a way to accelerate a chicken's life, why stop there? What else can we do? That's just science mind right off the discovery. Oh wow, yeah, okay, we found a way to make chickens grow faster so that we can have more to eat, and great. But what else can we do? We're all about business, industrialism, production, faster production. Everybody out here eating lab chickens, real dumb. I mean, to be honest, that's a funny thing. It is because of the trust in science that I didn't give a damn whether it was a egg from a chicken on a farm or an egg from a chicken raised in a lab, made in a lab. And which came first, the egg or the chicken or the lab, or the idea? I don't give a fuck. It still tastes like eggs, yeah, definitely. So, and on a positive, to advocate for it, it's like, so we're actually doing the chickens a favor. saving their lives, and we don't need to kill actual chickens. We can make ones that taste just like them in every fashion. So you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I put two of them in the room, with the one from the farm and the one from the lab. So what do you care? And then that could be converse to be seen as a care. Like, we're preserving the actual chickens, we don't need to kill them and slaughter them anymore. Well, we still do, but we're not destroying. We have replicas. It's like no different than the fake patty burger to the burger. You know, the fake patty burger is doing the slaughterhouse a favor, even though they don't want the favor. Right? Yeah, the population is growing. You gotta make food extremely fast to keep it on the kitchen tables, right? And then that to meet the supply, to meet the demand for supplies needed. So, positive thing. But now if we demonetize it, we can take the fast, rapid growth, the entire replica station and knowledge of replicating something to its blueprint, and apply it to where they said we shouldn't. Now what? That would be a cloning station, of which we've heard about. Well, my problem, well, I can see the application in cloning celebrities. So for overall control, why my problem is why make fake people and put them into amongst us? For what? What's the overall fucking end game? What's end game? Because that takes a lot of money. That's a big investment. That's a whole fucking goddamn thing. So now who's running that? Is that the moon people from Advance and then getting, so they're going to like colonize new life within on the planet, some shit, what's going on? You know? What is the end game? Our blood types play a vital role in recognizing what's good and what's bad for your blood. Can't break it down. The chicken will make you sick. Well, according to them, just about everything that's on the plate will make you sick. Meaning that certain proteins give you inflammation. Right. There's missing. Right. They can intentionally, indeed. And then that's the negative. In trusting your fellow man to prepare your plate. But we do it all the time. But on an industrial level, it's way more of, now if you weaponize that, which is what they've done, in conjunction with other stuff, and but what I'm not getting is what is end game. So you eradicate the real people of the planet and replace it with this fake humanoid population of people, and run the planet happily ever after and be in control? What's Endgame? Because that takes a lot of time. And unless they figured out the fountain of youth, which probably, scarily enough, they have, or something. I don't know. No, it's so medicines and they're giving to chickens and to his chickens to get. Because we're taking it internally. Yeah, I've heard that proposal as well about them installing sicknesses within the products, the food and the products. And I ain't like to hear about it because it's not the kind of shit you want to believe. But respectfully, if we're all perishing, what is the point in going out of your way to cause others to perish? So you can have the planet to yourself type shit? Why put people on an accelerated pattern of death? But it's not working. It really isn't. It is and isn't. You cannot control the flow of life. $10,000 at least were born today and will be tomorrow. Fucking fact of life. How do you control that? And then I'm losing logic. I lose the logic in killing your workers. We're workers for them. Many of us work at their organizations. So what is it? Oh yeah, it's definitely that. Give me your money. The machine takes your money while you fight to stay alive. And ultimately, for a lot of people, unfortunately, it kills them. A lot of people's deaths are related to work stress, work related. Did the billionaires of the world come together and this is one of their nefarious plans to just kill off their own people, poison them with their own food? So my question then becomes, what the fuck are they eating? Where's the billionaires' diet plan? Is there some famed billionaire that has put out his regimen of daily meals? What are they eating to keep them healthy while they poison the rest of us? Because, I mean, that makes no sense to poison everyone and take poison yourself. Where is the safe foods? Only in natural grown? And so that means that every billionaire has their own farm that is like so fucking elaborate. Has everything. They make the cereal, everything is pure. There's no contaminants, there's no synthetic anything. Sounds good, but I feel there should have been some sort of leak. Yeah, they're eating different food than us. Woo woo woo. Billionaires don't go to Olive Garden or Applebee's or any of that, or because that's all got to be contaminated as well. Who's to say the fine restaurant is using lab food or lab, animals? That would make things very peculiar and navigating for them. Why do we all have different blood types? What's the reasoning of that? I mean, there's two things on that. One, I think it could be just written off as an easy understanding of that diversity and accompanied with the fact, I don't know exactly how many there are. If you do, let me know. But I know it's equivalent to the number to that of brain types. And I found that odd. I remember discovering that decades ago. In my teens somewhere. 20s or some shit. There's 4 different brain types. A, B, C, D. I don't know what mine is. I don't know what yours is. I don't know how to distinguish the differences. But apparently they have delved that there are 4 different brain types. Is there any information on special abilities? Is there any information on special abilities that these different blood types can do? Or the brain types? That's what I always went with the brain type when I read that. I read that somewhere, I think Popular Science or some shit. As the scientists have discovered that there are 4 different brain types. And I never stopped to think on what you just said, on different blood types. Okay, it was A positive, B positive, O negative, some shit. But just to think of things and think of things. Why? Why is that an actual thing? If we all are the same creation, how could we generate 3 to 4 different type of fuels inner fuel. That's what your blood is. In a sense, just to put it in simplest of easy terms. Right? I mean, without your blood, we die. Without a lot of things, we die. But blood's one of them. It's part of the fuel line. It's very essence. It's necessity. And this necessity has morphed into 3 to 4, how many of the different blood types there are, variants of it. Life forces, if you will. Blood is your life force, part of it. And then what's odd is that me and my lady, she can have one blood type, I have another. Fact. We have children, they carry our blood type. But something can happen and one of them, or the child, can come about with its own new blood type. Not like some new shit, but something that the parents don't have. And with the brain types, and you're talking about special abilities, that really sends me, because I was told that. And it's the worst of the worst for what I was told. It's coolest of the coolest, but it's the worst of the worst because I don't know. Well, I do know. I do and don't know. I know one of my powers, talents, gifts. I'm aware of it because my stepfather explained to me. Told me they sent me to a school for gifted children. You know, Professor X's university and all that. And he told me that they ran a bunch of tests on me, aptitude tests, and different type of tests. Things he didn't understand and were out of his, but my dad is a cultural and worldly guy. Anyway, he told me, he explained to me at 19 that I had been in attended a gifted university. Teacher, he remembers having a conversation, as you know, as a parent should, with the teacher. Conference with one of the teachers, a female, and she told him that I have the brain, I have the memory capacity within my brain. I harness, and my brain holds the memory capacity of elephants. That she broke it down to him that to think of my brain, she used my name, and she was like, to think of his brain as a sponge that could absorb all the water on the planet and still have room for more. He told me his inner thought. He told me, he said, you know, I remember laughing to myself thinking, and she saw that I did. You know, and I said to her, you know, what's that good for? You know, well, what's memory, the power of memory? And he told me she like raised up on him and told him that with my mind, with my memory, my brain, all that you needed to do with me is to teach me whatever. So, if the military were to get a hold of me and teach me how to dispatch someone, I'd learn that. Profess it, professionalize it quickly, never forget it, and perfect it beyond what was taught to me. I'm going to evolve it. She said that I was just a learning center, and depend on what you basically taught me, I would excel in it, learn it, and make a new of it. She said I would reinvent the fucking wheel, son. My power is to reinvent the wheel. And he also said that she mentioned I had more gifts, but we didn't have time to get into all of them because I was always running away. Not from the university, back at home. I don't even remember I kinda remember the university. I remember that weird testing and places I was going and them showing me shit and pictures and all that shit. I went through all that, son. So. I'm not so versed with what my special ability is. I've never took what he told me. I have, actually. In fact, us knowing each other is a part of that. It's like I told you, I used this because I was way out there. I used this to reacclimate and bring myself back down to earth, figuratively speaking. And I've used it to perfection, came up with new ways, stayed with it, progressed, got what I needed served out of for the matter. No shit. I used the superhighway of information to fill my memory, to study other humans and their behavior. That's why I'm good with them. I feel like one of the moon people. Maybe that's... Did they have cloning centers back in 1974? I don't know. That's pretty cool to know your talents at an early age. It really does do something to your psyche, to the psyche. I'm mad. All the lost information, all the mistesting, all the possibilities of what could have and should have been. Nothing like wasted talent to piss you off, you know. But we all have a faith, we all have a fate, destiny, See, that's why we arrive at mental blocks. Because they have the pineal gland blocked off. With the fluoride from the toothpaste and all that. See, that's why I can connect a lot of stuff, because my brain and the memory, I can have a conversation that's all over the place, but yet, you know, like a fucking satellite dish. But my thing is, like many that we've seen, I've been talented too. I've also been terminated. I feel, I really do, feel I would have been far more effective for myself and others, right out to the planet. On the positive side of things. And that's just speaking hypothetically, if I would have had any say-so in how things went. See, I sit here with you. Oh. But part of me feels like, yeah, I should be sitting at the White House. Type shit. Alright. Not as if my voice doesn't matter, but I feel I should have my voice in a crucial circle where things mattered and change could be brought about. We're all entitled to feelings, right? Feelings of the heart. But what sounded like to me damn near superpowers like I got. Could have got a lot of work done at the Justice League. They would have killed me anyway, like I said earlier. See, just off of my talent factor, and once, just imagine proper backing and everything, how much more I would have went just personally. Just knowing off of what I told you, I would have went and did more research, got an updated testing. What else was there? Where was that school? What was it again? Who was the teacher? Yeah, is she still alive? I'd like to meet her. So, what do you think of me today? You know, like, here I am, ta-da! Your brain has developed nicely. I can see that, you know, you're properly acclimated in life. I'd like to sit down and have a conversation with her and take a psychoanalysis from that lady. I would accept that. She said nothing, she had nothing but good things to say about me. No, beyond your parents' compliments and love. We all seek validation from strangers outside of our family. Human nature. You leave the den, you enter the wilderness. And you know what's funny? That's not funny, I'm just saying, using that. I don't know my blood type. I couldn't definitively tell you, oh yeah, no, I'm type A, positive. I'm type O, A, O. I don't fucking know my blood type. But I'm more interested in knowing what my brain type is. Oh shit. I've always, back to that, I always wondered, I don't know, what brain type am I then? And I don't recall reading up on it in depth. Like, you know, brain type A is like this, et cetera, so forth and so on. Within the other brain types as well. I just remember them stating that there are 4 different brain types. Someone says we are all one and the same. That really brings about some, debate. One blood, one love I can go for. One blood. Now, wait, no, there are different blood types. Great song. Great point to the song. But they're actually different blood types. And I don't know. Maybe he figured out that it all came from an original one blood, which morphed into others. I don't know. Or is it some of the moon people's bloods with the earth people's blood, and people on Jupiter, some of their blood? And what about some of the people that live in the planet? It's almost too much. Like, just a throwing, wild, random throwing, right? Now I know there's the stories or the instances depicted within the Bible are supposed to be interpreted personally, individually, by each person in their own way. For me, I need to understand, where's the talking snake? Where's the serpent by the rainbow? Where's the talking snake? Who was the talking snake? What is the significance of the talking snake, along with the fruit of life and the knowledge and taking a bite and not supposing to having to do that? Doesn't connect. I see snake lovers all over the place. I see people acting like snakes. I've heard of reptilians. I guess those would be the talking snakes. Is that what the talking snake morphed into now? Stop it. The talking snake that was talking to Eve is now what we know to be reptilians. I didn't connect those dots till right now. It's a possibility. I've just always been wowed by the talking snake. I know some motherfuckers I refer to as the snakes, and they talk. But you know, they had an actual snake. Or was it the depiction of just some two-faced dual person? But who was this dual person that spoke to Eve? Who was this snake? The snake itself, or the serpent in the rainbow? They got a whole thing, an actual fucking snake. Just don't know. We haven't heard anything from the snakes as of lately. Since we discovered the 100 different species of them, none of them, we haven't got word from any of them. Just Eve. Ah. Have you heard the saying, eat for your blood type? I have not. It's pretty cool to know your age to do something. Anyway. Eat for your blood type. I have not. That sounds cool. And respectively, why not? I got that much figured out. And I'm probably all over the fucking place. Today is Friday. Dum, 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 bam. No. I can only say that for the entirety of my life, aside from the time that I've sat with you, like now, and previous times, or all the times you've known me, I been superiorly, super highly athletic. So I ain't never worried about health matters. And all that was natural. Like, I just learned sports and then loved to play the fucking game no matter what it was. So I never became anyone that was like concerned with my diet, concerned with what's good for, for me to digest in order to have more power or anything like that. I just, like they said about, what's his name? For the Bucks. Okay, they call him freak of nature. I was like, a freak of nature. I mean, if you think about it, if you just step back off the things we said already, and knowing how I rock, you see how I do it. I'm a bit of a freak of nature. Definitely the best product of my environment. Yeah, you can go online and type in your blood type, and Google will tell you everything that you're supposed to eat and what you're not supposed to eat. Groovy. All this talk of technology, I didn't even realize I was missing out on crucial bonding chemistry of sorts with my AI. I don't ask it for nothing, but just, questions I can't answer or I want to know the answer to. Curiosity. Stink doesn't. I'm not connected with it in any other way. All it probably knows pretty much of me is my favorite songs. But sounds good. Good to know. I'll figure out my blood type. I know it's in my paperwork somewhere. So try it out, follow through. Sounds like a plan. And cornering half a century, I should probably start to give some sort of damn about my health. And it's funny, I took these pills when I started this live. Like I took it, I was like, oh shit, I forgot to take. Boom, and I took those. So, blood flow is good. Focus is there. Look, all this time when I was like, oh, I need to go on a blunt one. Normally, I'd have an anxiety attack and would have already dipped off. But I know how deep we can speak on matters, so I've just been chill, and I was like, all right, I'll break the glass, the emergency glass, and rely on the dad. It works. It being 4 on a Friday, 4:20 around the corner, I'm all good. I got the full lemonade, le mange. Wifey's been cooking some real European dishes as of late. Get my pastas and tomatoes and 4 cheeses and all that. And the oddity. Elephant in the room issue of what we had mentioned earlier about when it was with Michael Jackson, how far people will go out of their way, per your words, me remembering. It's a shame. I'm sad. It's fucked up. Putting my own sauce on it of interpretation. How far, how dedicated people will be to bring down someone else. They'll make it their life. So overall, back to our combo, is that what the billionaires have done or in process of doing? Because you're either here to help, helping, which is still here to help, or not for it at all. I'm looking forward to tearing down. You have dedicated your life to tearing down someone else's. Leans to what one of my friends is experiencing. So like I admitted to you when we started the combo, you know, I underwent that too in my own way. You know, I ain't fucking Michael Jackson, but yeah, I watch motherfuckers go out of their way on this shit while I'm doing my fucking studying of humans and their snake activity. I watch motherfuckers sit and wait like the trapdoor spider for their opportunity to spring out on what they thought they could prey on. I also heard this other speaker recently, and he says something, and insecure people will attack your confidence that you wear like a badge. Because I've got it saved. I need to recap. But what he said was just like, right. That explains completely my entire damn near involvement on this shit. with the people of that history of currency. It doesn't include the cool. The people are having a problem with. No. People that went out of their way to attack unnecessarily. Which is why I knew I took the best approach with this shit. Which was just neutral. I stand for human existence, humanity, cool, chill, progression. What say ye? Oh, fuck that, you, okay. I have a tall glass to shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any of that. Word of that spread. And it's like, what? He's going against the grain? Yeah, way against the grain. Go in there, talk to him, watch. Have you ever had a pasta like this? Mushroom leeks, tarragon, and cream in any noodle? She's probably made that. Honestly, I'm thinking no. But she makes some mean shit with the pasta, I know that. I'm always happy. I'm fucking shoveling that shit in my face. What's in this? It's always good. But the mushrooms and pastas, hit Olive Garden for them. But actually, I challenged her once to replicate their 4-cheese pasta plate. And she did, and she made it exactly like it was even better. I'm a pasta guy. They haven't found a way to fucking goddamn contaminate the pastas, have they? Could live on that shit forever. Throw in an occasional fucking hamburger and steak. I literally haven't had a steak. You would think I was on some sort of strike or some shit. I can't recall. I don't remember. It's probably it's probably been almost a good 5 years since I've had a fucking steak. Now, we've been together 20 years, and I can tell you those other 15, I had steaks forever. I used to demand it. And don't serve me a steak without A1 sauce. I don't want anything but that. I don't even try to suggest anything else. You're gonna upset me and the meal and the mood. Just leave me alone with the medium rare cooked steak and my A1 sauce. Thank you. Some mushrooms on the side, a little broccoli and shit. Looks nice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, right out to the third definition. Blunt. Blunt trauma, blunt force. The blunt, blunt truth. Blunt movement. But I still don't understand what's with the whole entire end game for all the games. Okay. So let me get this right. I must be getting in the way of the New World Order. You wasn't ready for that, right? Neither was I. On my return, back down to earth. I remember the days, yo, man, you out there, man. Come back down to earth, man. On my motherfucking re-entry to the atmosphere. Come to find out, these motherfuckers are involved in a whole hostile takeover. And they don't want me ready in the troops for nothing. So therefore, I have to be isolated, studied. Isolated utmost. And then definitely studied. You've always seen that, you know, they catch the good guy, you know. Or they catch, it doesn't have to be the good guy. You catch what the fuck it is they're looking for that, you know, they don't understand, or they do, and they always run analysis on it. No matter what it is. That's what's going on. And that's what I believe. And I hope that the data records that they're accumulating reflect that I'm one badass motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, I mean. Bruno probably wants to debate all that. Why not? Well, 268 minutes. Jesus Christ. And keeping their attention on survey, when I end this live, it'll have something like 50 or 60 views, which is nothing more but the leading and returning of them coming out of the room. You and Golden Child were here. It's very easy for a roll call. I think no one else. Not another single soul. Now, there have been two others. Let's call them soulless. I don't know if they have a soul. They could be the humanoid that we're referring to. Why didn't I think of this before? What human could they get to match my aptitude of perseverance? Someone deeply obsessed? I'll go for that. That's why I always called them the obsessive. But we never, ever, ever entertained the idea that possibly, do you mind, man? I'm trying to get a fucking point off here. They could be clones. They could be from the humanoid colony. They could be moon people. I have went and pissed over $1. So they said, you know what, we got something for you. And here we are. Hands up. Do not accuse nor shoot, please. You did this. Ask the AI how many people live on Mars. I was expecting her famed fucking response. I don't know. I bet it's 10 million. Again, the information that we put onto the internet. I'm putting information onto the internet right now. It's listening. Hey Google, show me Larry Willis' YouTube profile.
Sorry, I don't know how to help with that. Here are other things you can try.
But she got your name spelled just the way you have your username with a capital L and all that. I can't, man. Here's other thing. Yeah. Maybe the newer version that they're coming out with later on, this year in Christmas, the upgrade. Yeah, never mind. But right. Because it's drawing from the data bank that Google has. It is the fucking data bank that Google has. But now, what's considered fact, what's considered false by the guidelines of Google. Like, I could ask it some false shit, and it'll know that. The response for it will be, no, you can't do that, or something. I don't even have an example ready to go, but I know that. So what helps it decipher what is true or not? Is there someone at the Google Hub, this information that we got about people living on Mars is true or not? Fictional, joke, not. A lot of people think it's serious, so we're gonna go ahead and say yeah. Or downright, straight up. There's been facts, it's proven, it's known. Just if you could just, it's the questions that you don't ask. The worst question is the unasked. Where did Google find all that from? And, you know what I'm saying? Because if I ask Google, what is the boiling point of water? It's going to tell me that factually. If I ask it where to hide a body, it'll give me a proper location. I think it still does that type of shit. I don't even know. I don't want to have that on my Google record. Okay. I can't upload information to Google's brain to tell it what is and isn't. I can only ask. I can only engage in conversation. So that is to say, it has its own. That shit was like mind blowing. The whole Mars deal. And thinking back, women are from Mars, and women are from Venus, Mars, something. And then back to what I said, which got lost. So that would mean that for the last at least 100 years, goddamn now, these motherfuckers have been flying people off the planet to Mars and having try another planet, just, living on another planet. And of course, no one they could come back, but ain't nobody coming back with no fuck. They gonna sound stupid. I mean, yeah, I used to live on Mars. What? Hey man, did you take medication? You won't make sense to anyone. And there'd be a shadow organization looking for you if you just so happen to make it back and want to go rogue. There'll be a whole planet just waiting for you. When is the last time somebody snuck onto one of NASA's ships unannounced? Never heard of it. Just along for the ride. Oh shit, we actually going to another planet. Yeah, I found it odd, the space stations and whatnot, but you know, I figured workstations for the satellites and build some telescopes out there that allow us to see further. But then that's the thing too, right? We're out there to see shit, but also do. Can't forget about the do factor. I don't think just, this ain't fucking nature hike just to go collect some fucking stones and shit. Couple samples and minerals and whatnot. And for what? To find out if it's habitable. I found out a long time ago, told us there's water on Mars. Life could be possible on Mars. They never stated what kind of life. Actually, it's, us. The more advanced version. Descendants of the moon people. Oh, man. Yeah, I can't possibly be lying. I never heard that before. Right. That's where I was going with that kind of thing. Cause it's like even if it were humor, it would have said, "Ha ha." People say, again. There was the moon, and she said she ain't know, but gave me a whole thing to read about. It was Mars, right? Hey Google, how many people live on Mars?
On the website expanse.fandom.com, they say it has a population of 10 billion humans and is governed by the Martian Congressional Republic. People also sometimes ask me, what's the population of the Mars? Do you want to hear the answer?
Yes.
On the website alexaanswers.amazon.com, they say, 0. No humans have yet reached the planet Mars.
So you get both. Okay, so see, she's pulling, or it's pulling from websites. So, as the superhighway of information should be, you get false findings and factual findings. See? You can grow crops and live there. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need, what do you think? We're gonna need a lot. More than you can carry in a backpack. See, she gave the complete other side, and I'm thankful she did. And bring things back down to earth here. Said on the website with these guys, they say 0. All right, we got ourselves a debate. But I still, you know, and that's the funny thing. You'd rather be safe than sorry. You know, I mean, but we do see all these movies about time travelers and from another universe, and it's multi-universe shit. They got Shitbird 1 and 2 intrigued by the conversation. I don't think that there's a moment in their lives ever since meeting me that they haven't been interested in me. Like this guy. Because again, thinking about it, if we culminate everything, it would have, I mean, it could possibly, it's not that it would have to be, but it could possibly be an ET of sorts. Imagine that. I mean, you've heard of it. It's not made up. Reptilians, the moon people, aliens, weirdos. No, like I completely saw someone earlier today, and they looked, I remember thinking they looked alien. It's just because their eyes were so far apart on that, like on their face. It's like that, like kind of like a frog, you know, would be. I remember thinking, yeah, you're a fucking alien or something. But you know. That would be the ultimate. That would make good for some humor stories, some shit. I mean, you know, if we're going down this rabbit hole, there is a facet of an array of shit that could have got it pissed off. I guess I haven't, and I haven't. I don't even have to guess. I haven't done enough research on this method were a video game. Just fancy VR. VR finally done properly. But this Ready Player One concept, I don't buy. You're gonna bind people into showrooms that you can create and sell merchandise. So I'm selling merch. I got the invite part. I got the room created part. And now who's the fucking head owner? Would I make my own room? And then within the metaverse, I sell fucking cigarettes, virtual cigarettes for you and your avatar to use within this program. Microtransactions. And it holds its own currency. It has its own form of currency, I'm certain. But you need some super fucking expensive, elaborate suit. Like full tools for full immersion. I mean, my daughter was taking the Oculus a bit serious there, and she is well acclimated. Like, she has her VR legs, if you will. Like, me, I get dizzy with that shit. You know how many people would make nauseous and become dizzy, and it doesn't work. So I don't see this takeover. Now, for it to be an option and a fun thing for some, okay, but just turning into a way of life. You can't eat in the metaverse. Merchandise like NFTs, next level interaction through the internet. Do they have metaverse stations? Like, is it like a chain thing? Is there somebody putting out these hubs, or it's something we have to buy into? So I have to go get my metaverse glasses and kit and build my own rig. What's going on? Because again, I'm newbie. I know of, but I don't know shit. give me the, like, you know. I got the NFT part and the micro and all that, but this is the guy from Facebook. And I noticed Instagram and a lot of them changed their shit to Meta. So there's gonna be some unveiling here super soon. It's already out. What's the deal? Do they have meta clubs, metaverse clubs? Or is this what's going on? How does one get in on the metaverse? It's part of a blockchain. The words don't define it. Chain does with the block, more so instead of a blocking, but a block. But again, where are these hubs? Let's say you and I wanted to get into the metaverse outside of buying NFTs, like actually get into the metaverse. What's the procedure? There's the face, the Oculus, the Facebook VR glasses. There is that an entry point to the metaverse? And these blockchains are being developed. Are developed and are being developed. So the blockchain is the hub, the station, where people are gonna go plug in, I guess. And again, super expensive project. Like, I couldn't see life. Like, people see nothing more than just, like, gamers see video games. There's plenty of people to this day play. Plenty of people to this day don't. And even with the surge of gaming and all the kids that have gotten on board in the last 2 decades, still it's surpassed by people who don't. Are outnumbered by people who don't play video games whatsoever. Not enough for them or to be considered a gamer. So the idea of this metaverse taking over and it being the wave and the way of life as depicted in many animations and stuff like that sounds cool, but I don't see it happening. I couldn't see that as a foreseeable future. Without another at least 10 years. Now you say 10 years from now, they got them shits everywhere and it's just the fucking way of life for sure, for sure. Imagine that. So they scare people into their houses and free them with technology. And that's how technology gets off its money. Because each sector so far has been attacking humanity. What's with the buying NFTs from VV and becoming a big time holder of NFTs ready to make purchases. Yes, I remember the wave of NFT investing. which I have not taken any action on. Further understanding nor investing. Not for any other reason than I don't think I can afford NFTs right now, so. But I still don't get it though. Again, Endgame. Well, the endgame of the metaverse, you would have humanity eating out of your palm. If you owned a blockchain, it's like a restaurant, fast food chain restaurant, but in the metaverse blockchain. So they own a block with a chain of businesses. Or an area. And everyone has to pay out to you. It's the ultimate landlord of that area within the metaverse, right? And you say it all started at the height of COVID. The metaverse shit? So I'm missing something. Cause like I said, VR has been around. Shit. VR has been around since, in fact, the very first sight of VR was in the video game movie The Lawnmower Man. And in my point of view, in my opinion, to the height of my knowledge, the only thing that has progressed since then to now is the graphics. And I mean, as far as the concept of the whole damn thing, which they had then, which was a thing, the only thing that's gotten better is the graphics within the world of VR. So I'm just baffled on how they intend to take over and force life to that as day-to-day existence for certain people. Mind you, they always tell us the disclaimer in all the games when we go to play them, beware light seizures, epileptic seizures due to, continuous light or whatever the F, you know. So how's that gonna play over for people who pretty much can't even handle a video game? it's gonna be a different look. Maybe there's some pill, just like there's pills that people take when you go on cruises to avoid getting seasick. I've heard of it, never took any. But so you take this pill so that you can function in the metaverse? I have to do some more research with this metaverse thing as far as seeing what it is that they're proposing, because I see it, hear about it. Hey Google, show me a pair of metaverse goggles.
Images of metal.
Hey Google, show me a pair of metaverse goggles.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Oh yeah. MetaQuest 2 that I bought my daughter. Please don't tell me that that's right. That doesn't. And I can see the level of involvement. I do see the application and everything, but to get to think that you're just gonna get, well, you don't need the entire planet. You just need enough to keep a business thriving. And the funny thing is, she has friends that do that, and she links up with some of her friends through that metaverse thing. But I see it nothing more as than an online video game. The price of wait, I missed the one before. If you collect 200,000 tokens of online economy, that's about 1,400. Within the next 2 to 3 years, you will do anything money around 67,000 right? The price of online is at 35 cents, less than a penny, about 35 cents less than a penny. The possibilities are endless. I had to from earlier. Damn. We've been talking for a minute. I forgot to do that before. Or at least your entries here, so then so is. It's funny because somebody was actually made mention about fucking screenshots. But I do that with you, like, oh, okay, that's what I need. Yeah, see? As soon as I go, I open Instagram, it says Meta. But Instagram is not selling Instagram Meta. So I'm waiting for this elaborate and illustrious grand opening of the metaverse. Or maybe that already happened and I need to pick up a pair of goggles and figure out what's what. Have a look at things. Cause funny is, it's true. I've used them all but one time. I put them on, I got a little dizzy. I was like, oh, I don't know, you're not doing this. We good. Had me feeling like I was drunk and shit, like, but the annoying part of it, and I'm like, nope. Disclaimer. Don't worry, I'm not gonna invest the farm and then be, look to hunt you down. No, man, you told me. Oh, wait a minute. They've had all the. So can we get that old photo back? Counting the skyscrapers of New York City, Las Vegas. Shit, actually going through the entire gallery. No, it's not there. They let me go through like 50 photos, but it's not there. It's not one of them. I thought it was 5:54. It's 4:54. I'm like, the sun isn't even out yet. The guy is the brother to Vivian. And Vivi is one. Yeah, that's funny. What the I forget exactly what it was about, but me and another streamer was having a conversation years ago, and they were like, something, Vivi, the Vivi company is gonna take over. They made mention of the Vivi company. But it had nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. At all. Oh, well, I forget exactly what it was we were talking about. It wasn't this. I know that much. There was something else. I'll wait till I see that. I might make a mental note when I see that stream again to ask him about that. The banks have become partners on the app, so you can now buy, sell, trade, cash, on real money, and large transactions. You're talking about with the cryptocurrency? So the banks have invested, the banks back them. They vouch all legitimacy of it, transactions, the actions. Enough to invest in it. I'm still waiting for, like, if they can't do no mom and pop shit. It has to be on a grand scale. To the point it's like people want to do that shit, like, to where they get it to the point that you're only left with it, but for an option. I mean, I've seen so many depictions of that VR world. You know what I mean? The person detaches, and they're also there with AI. The AI dog or companion, chauffeur, butler, whatever. You know. And truth be told, we have that fully. But additionally, I just thought about it. The computer, the AI that they show interacting with, you know, people, that ain't shit. I'm willing to make a bet that what they're showing is the earlier stages of what, you know, they originally found. Like, that's just that. They have since then, progressed. They have progressed so much since that original application. They only need to show that basic application with some upgrades of intellect to the common, regular folk who don't know better or any different. So they have AIs that are way more intelligent than what they were showing there. Joined in July of this year. All of have game changer for everyone. Yeah, I was gonna say that happened recently, obviously. That's what I was saying. What I was saying, well, if the banks bought in, then they trust everything because they've already ran all the variables. Which is why they probably guaranteedly have a list of their own stipulations pertaining to the transactions and what they would or wouldn't back. It would definitely have to be a third phase or a different, because you'd have to prove to banks that their money couldn't be hacked away, and that it was a safer place to have it then versus the vault at their branch. Bankers love safe. In other news, how's everything on your side, man? We've been here for hours. You asked me, I didn't even impart. I think we were too in depth in conversation. But how's the family? How's everything on your side? Gosh, I'm gonna go ahead and respectfully blame it on my dabbery. This shit hits hard. I was just talking about that with someone else. It's not like regular fucking smoking a blunt and progressional highs. Like, all right, next stop, the dark side of the moon. With the moon people. But yeah. How's things on your side, man? And anybody stopping in, happy Friday, good morning. Thank you. I was just about to ask, you still there? He passed out. I hate that these companies write so much information about the product, but yet and still, it's always some sort of unsolved mystery on what the strain dominancy is. Like they don't put in sativa, indica. It's probably an indica because it's starting to hit me in waves. Share something. That's cool, man. I got nothing against that. Each one teach one. Hey, maybe you can help them get rich, and they can get off my case. You know, they'll be too caught up with the money. Are you kidding me? Sat in here within my lives. I'd say I've given away at least $10 billion ideas. Investment worthy projects. Projects worthy of investment. Yeah. Shit, $1 million game, $1 billion game. I wonder. While we're talking about usernames, I wonder if that's still like, is that? Yeah, it is. Hey, I don't know. Is the tweet thing still open? Fucking little bluebird and all that. Yeah, I still hear people referencing. Yeah, so and so tweeted a message. I definitely don't have the app. But at one point, I made a profile. Zillion-dollar-G. I was building off the $6 billion man. Fuck that. The $7 zillion man. I think that's what I put. Financial crisis war. I might be getting a little tired, might be the indica, but I don't understand the actual scheme in it of, you know, well, actually, it just hit me. I mean, if everything's a recession and you really don't have everything to go to, but some artificial shit or whatever, the metaverse, and you make orders and stuff in there, that's business to them. What a whole dozen of these perfect for me. Like from insomnia cookies. Oh yeah. Bruno's over here like a little human. I actually need to go to the store now. 3:30? 330 minutes? What is that? Half an hour. Definitely with the 30. 300 minutes. 2 hours, 120. So we get that twice, that'd be 240. With an hour left over. 5. Strongest one out of them yet. Just out too. Yeah, no. But after the cookies, like, okay, yeah. Definitely need to roll the blunt. Like, see, if I was super desperate, I had nothing else, I'd roll that. But Waypoint? Was that Waypoint? Yeah, it was. Good morning. I just use that when I have little, air pockets or something that needs to be in. It's like fucking Dutch duct tape, Unless I'm overlooking a rap in the room and I know I'm not. So, as cool as it's been, this is as cool as I'll keep it. What'd you say? Look at the price of strong coin. Last year, at this time, that was 754. Right now, and 3. I hear you. See, I'm not a financial advisor, just giving out broke tips. Just send me the dang, you know what I mean? All expense paid tickets and all that for the trip to Mars. And, you know, things skyrocket and all that. part of the new frontier. As if we weren't already. I'm going on my little morning walk. Actually going on a blunt and vehicle run. Car's been sitting on the charger the last 2-3 hours. Wait a minute. I came back at what time? Yeah, no, it's been 5 hours. That makes sense. I was right. So I was out there at 8, came back at 12. I was gonna head back out. I just didn't. Hung out. But shout out to all matters pointed out in the social hangout. Salute to you, Golden Child, and Waypoint for showing up, at least in text. Lord knows who else was here. But no. Have a good day. Definitely got the dawn kicked off in a good part. Follow through with the rest of the phases of it. And I will catch you, good gentlemen, on the next one. Alright? Stay safe, stay smart, stay up. And yeah, we'll get this all figured out at some point. Peace. Conversation for your senses. Yeah, exactly. For a certain consensus from the senses taken about the senses, using our sixth sense above all. Peace. You do the same. All right then.